Thumbs up from
I have a
everyone.
banana. I'm
Good.
prepared for anything.
Let us begin.
I have a gun full of gun food. We're ready.
Sweet.
Wait, do you have a gunbow?
No,
It's like a tequila shot, but with soup.
that sounds awful.
Just
So-
bam, flavor.
Last time in Renascence, you guys had wrapped up your business on the other side of the Halan Sea, avenging Barnaby's long deceased father and defeating the chimera that took his life. You guys have since returned to Freeport and begun making preparations for the day of Bloodbeard's arraignment, which is coming very soon. Noel, Lauren, and John arrived first by about 3 days, thanks to a teleportation circle spell, and they spent their lead time doing their best to try and gather information. You guys set up a meeting with Alexi, got an update on the mysterious red light from the Hillan Abyss far, far beyond the horizon.
My daughter.
You set up a meeting
She's
at
editing now.
the Umadazath Penitentiary, where you spoke with the prisoner Varys, the right-hand man to Pirate Lord La Shirag, whom you suspect is planning something the day of the arraignment. And you also scryed on said Pirate Lord and discovered him in a stone chamber summoning elementals 4 at a time, and realizing that he might be summoning these things in Freeport itself. As you sat there watching him, you scrambled to alert the Eastern Alliance and start a frantic manhunt trying to track this man down. Unfortunately, the dice were not in your favor last week, and La Shirag was able to slip through the cracks in your canvas. As far as you know, last you saw him, he was somewhere in a cave, somewhere close to the ocean. After Barnaby and Burby returned to town, you enlisted their help in continuing this manhunt across the countryside and the coast around Freeport, but unfortunately did not turn up any leads, no pings from your locate creature spells. La Shirag remains at large, and the day of the arraignment is upon us.
Just one day, I wish that La Shirag would remain at small.
One day. Maybe today, if you're lucky. But today, you all woke up nice and early and joined the forces of the Eastern Alliance as they assembled at the downtown marina, preparing for the arraignment, for the crowds, and for the potential chaos that might be unleashed today. As it stands, it is currently about 10:30 a.m. Your party is assembled on the docks, 3 of you at street level, Noel, Barnaby, and John, 2 of you on a nearby rooftop, joining the ranks of East Alliance mages, as well as Green Warden Conservator Alexi McKirian, Aloran and Barnaby taking Overwatch. The harbor, you see, is alight with activity. A pair of fire ships, as well as a large triple-decked frigate gunboat, are both out, sails unfurled, anchored in the harbor, ready for whatever comes in the coming hour. And we left off the end of last session right as the barge docked across the water at the penitentiary was beginning to make its crossing. No doubt carrying Ransal Blunbeard and his heavily armed and prepared escort. Are there any questions before we begin?
So wait, just for my own clarification, they're bringing Velocirog from the penitentiary to the mainland by boat,
Bloodbeard, yes.
and the guy was summoning a bunch of water elementals.
Yep.
It's gonna get here, guys.
Yep.
I have a small bookkeeping thing I wanted to take care of real quick. Given that we had roughly 4 days to just kind of chill before this, could I have bought enough, I don't think it's going to be relevant, but enough chalk to do some teleports if need be?
I almost wish that we had told them,
that's
don't
totally
bother with the boat, we'll just teleport Bloodbeard and meet the
Would
people
I,
at the shore.
sorry, would I, over the course of the days, have been able to get like 10?
10.
Can I help, if that helps?
I will say you would be able to get 7.
Okay.
I think on short notice, getting 10 castings worth of teleportation chalk might be a little difficult, but knowing that there is a new big purchaser of this sort of commodity in town, I think the vendors that you work with will be more prepared next time on their next order to meet your needs.
That's fine. That's all I had to take care of.
Okay, yep. Anything else?
Bark's flying with me.
Bark's up there with you? Okay.
Yep.
I hope like candles installed onto him so you can like click them on.
Have what installed on them?
Like have hooks or something so that you could like just hook them into your gear.
I mean, that's what my hands are for. I just carry it.
Well, yeah, but that way you can carry a bark and shoot the gun at the same time.
Now, that's an idea.
God!
All right.
You have 4 days of free time if you want to rig that up real quick.
We ready to start?
I suppose.
Okay. So, you are all standing and watching the waters of Freeport Bay as the barge begins to depart from the small dock village on the shores of Yamadazath Penitentiary's little island. And you can see that the 2 fire ships, single-decker sort of sailing sloops, are beginning to adjust their course to flank this barge as it crosses the half-mile span over to the downtown marina. And as a reminder, you guys are currently standing in a pretty dense crowd of people. There are a lot of citizens out gathered and waiting to watch the proceedings here. Noel and John and Burberry are sort of standing in the midst of this crowd, which is sort of hemmed in by soldiers of the East Alliance, as well as members of the sheriff's office, deputies in their long dusters and wide-brimmed hats, who have all sort of gathered and set up these sort of cordoned pathway from the penitentiary dock on the marina waterfront, the 2-block distance to the Freeport Alliance courthouse, where another very large crowd is gathered on either side of the doorways, kind of creating this red carpet walkway almost situation up to the doors of the courthouse. Standing on the rooftops on Overwatch, there are East Alliance soldiers armed with crossbows and long guns, mages in East Alliance colors, as well as a handful of wardens. Among them, Alexi Mercurian and 2 members of your party, Aloran and Barnaby. As you guys watch the barge begin its crossing, is there anything that you want to do at this moment?
How long does the crossing take?
On
average?
It takes about 15, 20 minutes. It's maybe a quarter of the way across the bay towards Woodhall, which is like an hour crossing one way.
Okay.
So you're sort of standing and watching, expecting.
So it's gonna take an hour for him to get
It'll
there?
take 15 minutes. It's not nearly as far across the bay as it is to get to Woodhall.
Well, it depends on if you're talking about in game time or real time. In game time, it'll take 15 minutes. In real time, it'll probably take somewhere between 1 and 4 hours.
In real time, it will take 15 minutes. In game time, it'll take 15 minutes. All right, I guarantee it. At this rate, it'll take 15 minutes both ways.
All right. So if he's like 15 minutes from the thing, I will go ahead and cast Locate Creature on La Sharab.
Okay. So you focus, clasping your hands, performing the somatic components, and uttering the incantation, and you feel your awareness spreading far out from your body into a 1,000-foot radius. At the moment, you do not feel Lasharog's presence.
You should do it for water elementals.
I don't think I can change it now.
You could cast it again.
No.
Pass.
No, I need those.
Okay.
We can be patient.
Wait,
I already don't want to do this one, but
Can I do an Arcana check? Because Kat doesn't know, and I also don't know if Burberry would know, so I figured I'd just check. Is there a range to how far the elementals can go once you've summoned them? Because don't they get unsummoned whenever you get too far away from them?
I would say, yeah, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
I spoke words and then forgot. I need to get actual dice for that. Okay. The average roll. Thankfully, I have Arcana as the thing that I do. 16.
16. Okay. So, Burberry, you, as a priest of the Conclave, are versed in some extraplanar matters. I would say you do know how conjuration works in the abstract. And you are familiar with a few rites of conjuration, thanks to your profession as a cleric, that would allow you to summon to your aid a planar being from one of the divine planes, right? You are not as familiar with elemental conjuration, but you can assume, you think safely, that this process is probably not too different. It's just a question of where they're coming from. And from what you know, a typical conjuration spell typically lasts about an hour. And at least in your experience with divine beings, right? The Conclave has told you that these beings are not bound to you necessarily. But generally, if they are answering your summons, they are considering you an ally of some kind, and usually will work with you. It's hard to say if that holds the same for elementals, however. And I would also say that, given what you know of conjuring spells, all of that taken into consideration, if Lasharog is indeed summoning elementals, and has been for the express purpose of doing something today on the arraignment, he seems to have found a way around the typical limitations of a conjuration spell. If that's the case, that could be very troubling.
So, I am slightly embarrassed to say, and if this is too big of a retcon, that's totally fine.
Okay.
So I recently figured out that I have the spell Hallow,
Okay.
which lets me like cut off an area from elementals Fays and Fiends. If I put it on a boat, would it move with the boat, or is it at a fixed spot?
Hallow would be, let's see, touch a point and infuse an area around it with a holy power, or it can have a radius of 60 feet, and the spell fails the radius includes an area already under the effect of the spell. The affected area is subject to the following effects. Second, you can bind an extra effect to the area. Choose the effect from the following list. I would say on a big enough ship, it would persist on the ship itself. The ship would need to be very large, though, given a 60-foot radius is 120 feet across. If the ship was not that large, it would simply pass through the field of the aura that you created with a Hallow spell.
Would this ship be big enough for it, or?
120 feet's a lot. The barge is a single deck, like, ferry boat. You're looking at something maybe 50 feet long.
Honestly, I feel like a good place to do that would be where the actual arraignment was supposed to happen, because then it would be a place that could protect the civilians and stuff.
Is it okay if I cast this yesterday?
This would have taken the entirety of your day on the day that you did it.
I mean,
24 hours.
Well, I thought it lasted 24 hours.
It lasts until dispelled.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I can do that for the entirety of the day.
It takes 24 hours to have cast this spell, and 1,000 gold pieces worth of herbs, oil, and incense.
You know what? Yep, okay. It's gonna hurt, but I'll do it.
All right. So you would have hallowed the courthouse.
Yeah. And I'll do the do we want energy vulnerability or energy protection?
Probably, let's do protect.
Oh, actually, you know what? We're gonna do extra dimensional interference. There's no teleporting out of this thing.
Ooh, good. Me gusta.
Okay. Good plan. So no teleporting into the courthouse, and no celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead entering the courthouse.
Yeah. All right, and that means no exiting that way. Just says none.
If they're inside, right?
Yeah.
Any creatures charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature are no longer so upon entering the area, and you can exclude one or more types of creatures from that effect. And you are also including the ability to prevent extra dimensional interference, so no teleportation.
Sorry, Noel.
So I just want to clarify something you just said.
Inside the courthouse.
Yeah.
You said anyone entering is no longer affected by mind altering.
Anything that is frightened, charmed, or what was the other one?
Possessed.
Charmed.
Possessed.
Frightened, charmed, or possessed, yeah. As long as it was done by a celestial, fae, undead, elemental, or fiend, that effect ends as soon as you enter that area.
Okay, so that wouldn't affect if a person did it.
Yeah, if a person, a humanoid, did that to you, it would not matter.
Okay.
The humanoid would not be able to teleport in or out of the courthouse, though. Nobody can teleport in or out of the courthouse. It is permanently hallowed now.
I just wanted to clarify on that, just in case he had, like, charmed or possessed one of the guards or something.
And hey, who knows? If this works well, maybe they'll pay me to do it for the prison too.
Fun fact, the prison is hallowed.
Very cool.
So, soft retcon, very small one, just a 5th level spell we dropped yesterday, no big deal.
I'm sorry, like, I'm literally, like, I should have filled out my spell sheets, like, before this, but I was like, oh crap, I still haven't done that. I should do that, like, now.
That's fair. So, the courthouse hallowed, and the ship underway. You guys standing and watching and waiting.
And I did give you the option to say no.
As the ship begins to move, you will see on the rooftops overhead, a handful of mages, Alexi included, beginning to incant, and then lift up off the tile roofs and flying out over the harbor. You see a couple more figures in the distance lifting off of the gunship, the triple-decker frigate, and sort of joining them in this sort of 8-man circular patrol in the air over the ship, and just sort of following it in formation as it continues its crossing. Minute by minute passes. All of you with your eyes trained on that distant ship. The crowd around you, though noisy initially, as you sort of joined in with this fracas, has grown quiet, intense as it watches. The soldiers sort of hemming them in, also turning to watch, despite their current duty to sort of maintain this perimeter. Everyone's sort of standing in anticipation of whatever might come next. Soon the ship is halfway across the harbor. You can see very distantly the shapes of human figures on its deck now, clustered around an absolute mountain of a man. A couple more minutes pass. You're beginning to see details. Rand's Hall's telltale red and gray speckled beard, tangled mess kind of hanging under his chin, a blindfold and a gag pulled tight around his face, bare-chested, arms like tree trunks pulled behind him by chains, ankles shackled, leads held by 4 or 5, maybe 6 soldiers, with 6 more standing at the ready, swords and shields out, all standing close, waiting. Another minute. The ship draws close to the pier. You can all hear, even at a distance, the sound of the wooden hull bumping up against the stone brick of the dock. Even over the surf, the crowd is dead silent. You hear a few lone voices shouting commands as mooring ropes are thrown up to the dock and affixed. A gangplank is set down from the barge to the pier, and the guards begin to cross. Then Rand's Hall, then the rear guard. They assemble on the pier in a dense procession. 4 in the front, 4 at his sides, 4 behind. And then this tightly packed formation, they begin to walk in lockstep. Rand's Hall sort of stumbling between them, blinds, dumb, and shackled.
Hey, can I do a really tiny, small little recon?
Yeah, what's up?
Can John be wearing the gold leaf war mask?
Sure.
So I just realized that people might like see Bloodbeard and see me and like, yo, those two look really similar.
Rumors start.
That's fair.
Uh,
That's fair. So John's masked for today.
Okay.
As the procession draws close to the end of the pier, ready to step onto the street, flanked on either side by the crowd, you hear someone's voice call out. "Hey, fuck you, man!" And something sails out of the crowd and collides with the side of his head. And all of a sudden, there is just a cacophony that breaks out of the crowd as the guards quickly raise their shields, quicken their pace, and begin to sort of half march, half jog down the street as raised voices, pumping fists, and rotten vegetables begin flying in all directions.
And Johnny in one for his head.
You just take one out of the hand of a guy next to you, just fucking huck it.
Right at his head.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Do I have any bonuses to this?
This would be an improvised weapon, so just your strength.
Just my strength? So
Yep.
+4.
Because heavens knows that's not terrifying within itself.
17.
17 will hit. And with a this half-browned head of cabbage just explodes against the side of Bloodbeard's head, and he takes like a lurching step off to the side, almost kind of taken aback by the strike. Definitely looks like it dazed him, because he's sort of like stumbling now as he walks, more so than he was before. And the procession continues, hurrying now, trying to get out of this rain of fury and rotten produce as they begin to march the 2-block distance from the pier to the courthouse. He's on shore. Is there anything anybody's doing at this moment?
I'm scanning the crowns for La Chirag and waiting for my spell to ding-a-ding-a-ding.
Okay.
I feel like we're also.
I'll say go ahead and give me a perception check.
Lauren's really good at those. Yay! Okay. Oh, he probably has some sort of fucking non-detection shit going on. Ooh, okay. So that would be a 25.
25. All right, so Lauren sort of standing on a rooftop, one arm sort of wrapped around the leg of a water tower, just leaning out, craning her neck, and scanning furiously, looking for some sign of your quarry. With a 25,
I see water elementals dressed as people.
stacked 3 at a time in trench coats all throughout the crowd.
They don't steal my bit.
They're 12 feet tall. It's surprising nobody saw them before. No. So with a 25, looking down at the crowd, which is, again, erupted into this sort of chaotic frenzy of just pent up rage and righteous fury, you don't see La Chirag. There are, in fact, only a few hobgoblins in the crowd down below. You don't see many. There's a couple, dressed in pretty middling, merchant's attire, vests and collared shirts and fitted trousers. There's a small group of what look to be fishermen kind of further down the road, close to the pier. They are watching. A few of them, kind of joining the crowd. A few of them a little more reserved, kind of holding back. But looking at each of them, none of them really matches your memory of La Chirag, this wizened, bearded, imposing figure. You would see with a 25, there are folks down below with, heavy coats and hoods up. It is not terribly warm out, to be fair. Clothing is not unseasonable. It is cool, given it is basically January. And, some of these figures you see hefting larger objects than just produce. There's one fellow with a hood up who very quickly raises a brick and kind of clears the way in front of them, pushing people to the side to try and heave that towards the crowd. And you see soldiers down below very quickly, shouting a warning. You see shields raised to catch the blow before it strikes anyone, and people begin pushing through the crowd towards this man, who takes off running down an alleyway, kind of scampering out of sight. The Corgin doesn't pursue him much. The people sort of standing at the perimeter see him run off and very quickly kind of rejoin their compatriots, kind of standing guard over the crowds. And with the 25, you would also note, despite the seasonably cool, damp winter weather, there are a lot of birds out flying overhead. You look up and
Do I see a
register
raven?
for the first time. Yeah, you see seagulls, you see ravens, you see pigeons, you see hawks, you see all manner of birds, maybe 100 of them in total, flying in wide, overlapping circles at varying heights, sort of canvassing this scene from overhead. Definitely striking you as familiar to the behavior you saw dealing with familiars in the past in this
Pun
city.
intended.
So hundreds of familiars are flying in the air? Is that what you're telling
Maybe.
me?
They're definitely not flying in the typical formation of birds of their kind. They are definitely not all seasonably appropriate birds for Freeport. You see some that should be well to the north of here for the winter. And yet, here they are, flying in, again, solitary circles, despite the presence of larger predatory birds out flying in circles much like them. Definitely atypical for animals of any of these species, but not if they're familiars.
Got it.
And I would say you would probably glance around the rooftops around you, knowing that there are mages present, and seeing almost directly across from you that there is, a couple of mages on a rooftop, one keeping an eye out on the street, but the other one with a hand on his shoulder and his eyes closed, kind of head bowed, focusing intently.
Do I see Lasha Rocks, Raven? Because I've seen it before.
You have, and it looked like a raven.
Damn. Okay, fine.
So maybe you do. It's very possible. He could be any one of the 25 flying around overhead.
All right.
Let's catch each one and interrogate them.
You working for him? All right, get out of here.
That's what they've all said.
Continuing to watch, you see as the crowd sort of pushes up against the Corgin of East Alliance soldiers, almost kind of pushing them back into the street, back towards the procession escorting Lashrog to the courthouse.
So
Eager-
Lasharag, you said he's out there?
Excuse me, Bloodbeard. Somebody said it before, and now it's throwing me off.
My thing's pinging. I found him.
My spell, there he is. Get him. Pushing towards the procession, escorting Bloodbeard to the courthouse. Kind of almost cutting off the street itself and sort of taking you, Noel, and Burberry and John with them. Just kind of it's this one large mass pressing towards the object of their ire. But soon enough, Bloodbeard and his guards are making their way up the steps towards the heavy double doors. You see sheriff's deputies standing at the ready, pulling the doors open, and the procession very quickly filing in, pushing Bloodbeard in with them, and the deputies pulling doors shut very quickly. And the crowd outside the courthouse at this point, almost like a wave, kind of crashes up against the line of soldiers that are struggling to sort of assemble themselves back into a proper perimeter outside the courthouse, standing guard, standing ready, and waiting. But he's inside, which means the arraignment is due to start any minute now.
He's
sorry.
He's like he's totally shut in and the doors are locked and everything, or
The doors are closed and they are out of sight inside the courthouse. So, what are
Should
you
some
guys
of us
doing?
stay outside while some of us go in?
it'd be a good idea to have eyes on him.
I think John's gonna stay outside.
I think, because me and Noelle have the highest perception, so
Yeah.
I think one of us needs to go inside, one stays outside.
I can go.
I think Lauren might be better outside because she can fly and stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then you do have a sending stone, so
I
John's gonna
suppose
post up.
win since I can't fly, though I would prefer to stay outside, but
John's gonna post up right by the front door.
Okay. So kind of pushing through the crowd and pushing up towards, like I said, there is now all of the guards who had been sort of standing in the street, kind of creating the walkway, kind of pushing the people back. All of these guards have been sort of pushed by the crowd up against the courthouse. So there's now like a police perimeter, basically, kind of creating this like semicircle, probably like 30-foot radius, kind of around the outside, the front of this courthouse. So kind of pushing your way through the crowd, you can definitely get up to the perimeter. And as you do, you see the guards are all, pushing back, shields in hand, saying, everyone back, come on, order, please, people, please, all shouting at the crowd, trying to calm things down. And as you approach, you two are also pushed back, like, back up, everyone, back up, come on. So what are you doing?
Is this a continual thing, or do people calm down after a minute?
For the immediate moment, the crowd is definitely still kind of pushing up against the perimeter.
If I can, I'm gonna help the police keep them back.
You're gonna help?
Keep the people back from the police a little bit.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll say go ahead and give me either intimidation or just a general strength check.
I guess I'll go with intimidation.
Okay.
It's an 18.
Okay, 18, solid. So I think kind of pressing up to the Corgin and then turning around to face the crowd, kind of joining them, shield in hand, and just pushing back, shouting over the din, trying to calm folks. And you are a very large, very strong, and rather fearsome individual with this golden war mask over your face. I think there's probably some confusion from the crowd, but also some definite okay, hold up, this guy's, he's not fucking around.
An undercover cop.
Soldiers are soldiers, but who the fuck is this animal? And there's definitely sort of this bubble you sort of end up creating around yourself within a couple minutes, that people are just kind of fearful of approaching you too closely. And you can definitely assist sort of circling the perimeter, kind of helping to create this gap as you go. And there's some muttered thanks from the guards as you do this. Some folks kind of reach out and give you a pat on the back. It's like, thank you, thanks.
Aloran is not going to be at the thing. She wants to be kind of far off,
Okay.
where she can see it, but she can also see the ship and stuff too,
Okay.
and the ocean to
Yeah,
see if
that's fine.
the elementals are going to come out there. But she's just going to be kind of in the background, kind of trying to look at everything around her, just not the courthouse.
Sure. So the courthouse is directly off the waterfront. It's like I said, it's just like 2 blocks down from the pier. So you could you step out of the courthouse and you are right there facing the docks.
Okay. I'll probably be close to the docks.
Okay. Ground level then?
No, I'll be on a building.
On a building. Okay.
Right next to it.
I would say then just keeping an eye out, staying high and staying alert.
Yep.
You keep watching, keep lookout.
Okay.
Noelle and John.
I
There
am
was some talk about potentially going in.
gonna try
or
to
at
get
least standing guard.
inside. After a minute or two of John helping the guards clear out the the crowds a little bit, I'll kind of duck under John's arm. I'm gonna use my armor to sort of make a very drab, nothing cloak with a hood to wear. I'll have my what did we get from the Eastern Alliance? The little emerald, or not emerald, medallions.
Oh, your naval stars, the military medal you received for your work on Monty Bon.
Yeah, I'll just palm that and go up to the nearest guard, and I'll say, I need to get inside. It's part of Lost Emerald's business, and I'll
Gumbo.
hold that. I know. I'll hold that up, and I was going to say gumbo.
Sorry.
Yeah. As you approach, the guard's already he's got his shield up, hand out. It's like, ma'am, please step back. And you keep going, and he's like, ma'am, please step back. And as soon as you say gumbo, he's like, fuck, all right, come on, get in, hurry. And he very quickly grabs you by the shoulder and kind of pulls you past him.
Can I join in on that?
All right, yeah, that's fair. So, joining Noelle as you approach with the password. The
I
two
still
groups
don't fly. Surprise, surprise.
are pulled through the cordon and told to approach the sheriff's office. Let them know. Say the same thing.
Okay.
And doing so, stepping up, they will very quickly crack the door and let you guys slip inside.
Okay.
So, stepping into the courthouse, the lobby of this building is a pretty large, wide sort of chamber. There's wooden bench seating on the sort of checkered tiled floor, high wood paneled walls. You can see stairwells in the far ends of the hall to your left and right. They sort of lead up to the second level. And directly ahead of you, there is a sort of walkway that overhangs another pair of very heavy double doors. The interior of this chamber is largely empty, except for a pretty sizable crowd of East Alliance soldiers clustered around that pair of double doors. And stepping inside, they all very quickly ready their shields, hands on weapons, looking at you, kind of waiting for whatever it is you're planning to do right this second. And very faintly through the doors, you can hear the sound of a single loud echoing voice sort of ringing in the hall behind them.
I'll assuage their fears with gumbo.
A couple of them look at each other like, wait, what? And then the others are like, wait, no, yeah, it's okay. There's a relaxing in this dozen guards as they sort of lower their shields, and one of them steps forward. He'll extend a hand. He'll say, Captain Sicarius, how are things outside?
Everything seems calm from what we saw.
It's good. His procession's inside now. There's nobody witnessing the hearing except for visiting dignitaries and local officials, so it's trying to get this done as quick as possible. Sounds like.
How many people are in the hearing?
Well, there's what's her name? Judge Dunnings is presiding. She has a few witnesses from overseas. Not sure what their names are, but there's a Liberian guy, fella from Sarashore, Cathrazillion. I think they might have an Elthorian there too. But yeah, she's reading the riot act. Kind of gestures back, and you can again hear that voice, which you now realize to be female, older, still very muffled, kind of coming through the doors.
This is going to seem like a very random question, but are the sewer systems of the city connected to that room in any way?
Not like a water fountain or something.
Water fountain, a bathroom.
Bathroom's over there, and he'll point over towards one end of the hallway where there's the staircase, and then you can see a couple of doors underneath it in the wall that have two little signs. Bathrooms.
Great. I didn't actually need to use the
Are they AD compliant?
He shrugs. I don't know, man. I'm a soldier.
Oh, that was me to you, not to Burberry soldier.
I don't know what that means either. I'm an idiot.
It's the signs that have Braille on them. The answer's
Got
probably no.
Probably not. No, they have magic for that. You walk up to the bathroom, it says "men only." The sign talks to you.
Magic mouth all the time. Forever.
So, anyways,
so he doesn't know.
I mean, he points to the bathrooms, and he
I'm
says,
saying in that room specifically.
"Oh, no, the only doors in there are this one and upstairs, gallery viewing."
Oh. Can we go up there?
Yeah, the password. I'll just gesture the stairs.
Okay. I'll head up there with Burberry, I assume?
Okay. So, up the stairs. The walkway is empty. That the second floor sort of landing area. So you literally just kind of cross the landing and make your way over to the double doors. Jiggle the handle, find it unlocked, open it, and as soon as you do, you can see there is another group of East Alliance guards, these armed with guns, who are all sort of standing at the balcony, who immediately whip around, guns on their shoulders, pointed at you.
Gumbo.
They very lower their guns, kind of turn back to what they were doing, and the two of you step inside. And you are sitting in the gallery seating of a courtroom, looking down at the bar. You can see, even from where you're standing, just in the doorway, this sort of sloped, tiered gallery all the way down to the floor. There is a high window in the back that sort of lets light shine down, almost like a cathedral's sort of tinted windows, but these are just frosted glass. And you can see there is, this high wooden stand where a woman in these long, dark robes is sitting, white collar around her neck, gavel in hand, and a piece of paper that she is reading from through her reading glasses. In front of her on the floor, surrounded by the armed escort that brought him here off the ship, is Ranshall Bloodbeard, arms still bound behind his back, gag and blindfold still on his face, and sitting on either side of him in the jury boxes, you can see that there are a probably like half dozen other government-looking officials. Although, to your eye, they do not look local by any means. There is an elf, a bronze dragonborn, another elf, a human, and one other fellow, another dragonborn silver with a duster in his lap, or a wide-brimmed hat in his lap and a duster sort of on his shoulders, who is sort of standing and watching the proceedings. And the judge is currently reading out a long list of crimes. Commandeering 6 ships from the Theronian Rum Company in 409. Various acts of terror and brigandage across the Arabian Sea in the 410s, too numerous to list in Freeport's filings, but to be listed by the Sarashoran and Librian officials here on behalf of their governments. The sack of Crochelet in 416. The blockade of mooring and the sinking of the EAS coalition in 418. The destruction of the 4th Squadron and the looting of the East Alliance Armory in Barishore, 422. The murder of Admiral Corriberan in 425. And, as has been made apparent upon your capture, the blasphemy of consorting with outsiders. The dignitary from Sarashore, please step forward. Read your charges. And you see the elf dressed in these sort of black and green robes, sort of a golden clasp at the collar, stand up in the jury box, pull out a paper, and begin reading from a document of their own. And again, a long, sordid list of terroristic acts of piracy. This one far more detailed and florid in its descriptions. Begins to recount Bloodbeard's early career terrorizing the waters of the Arabian Sea around Sarashore.
Just to clarify something.
Yep.
We're in a balcony seating area.
Mm-hmm.
Are we looking directly down into an open floor plan, or is there like windows in front of us that we're looking through? Or
there is there's nothing in between you and the floor. You're looking down into the sort of the front half of that chamber. There's a window on the back wall that lets sunlight in.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing in between you or any of them necessarily.
Also, do we know where like a Lauren is outside? Like, is she nearby, or is Lauren like way the fuck off doing her own thing? Like, if we glanced outside before we stepped in, would we have?
She said she was sticking close to the pier, but where she could see the courthouse.
Okay.
So she's like 2 blocks away.
Okay. I suppose we just keep listening.
Okay.
Just keep our eyes open.
It takes about 3.5 minutes for the Sarashoran representative to finish reading the list of charges. At which point they sit down, and you see the judge, this older woman, turn back to the jury box and say, "If the representative from Cathersville would please rise and read their charges to be brought against Mr. Bloodbeard." You see the Dragonborn, the bronze Dragonborn, who is dressed in a very close-fitting black and bright yellow, like striped suit. Very gaudy. You can see there's like sort of embellishment kind of running up and down the stripes in satin. He stands up and, much like the elf before him, begins to read from a long list of charges. His descriptions are much briefer. He keeps things very short, quick, and businesslike. and concludes within about 2 minutes. At which point the judge turns back to the jury box and asks, "Will the representative from the Elthori Freeholds please rise and read the charges to be brought against Mr. Bloodbeard?" The second elf, a woman with shaved sides, a long, kind of braided, overhanging cut. She's wearing this sort of elaborately cut, sort of green and aqua blue striped checkered robe. Rises and in a very thick elvish accent, you note, Noel, begins to read from a third list of charges. In total, you count well over 100, coming up to probably 2.5 distinct acts of piracy, vandalism, looting, and general mayhem. All the while, Bloodbeard stands still, silent, and waiting. As the final dignitary finishes their recitation and sits down, you see the judge stow her papers under her podium, lean forward, and adjusting her reading glasses, she says very shortly, "Mr. Bloodbeard, how would you like to enter your plea to the following charges?" At which point, Bloodbeard finally raises his head and very gruffly says, "Damn your charges."
Ooh, drama.
At which point, there is a couple boom, boom, swift hits of the gavel, and you hear the judge say, "Mr. Bloodbeard, I will hold you in contempt of this court if you continue to conduct yourself in such a way. What is your plea?" And at this point, you hear another voice from a figure that you had not seen standing where you are. And you see this very small, slight figure kind of stepping out from under the gallery, as though he had been seating on the ground level in sort of the viewing area. And he says, "In the interest of moving things along, Your Honor, if I could please just enter a not guilty plea for my client." At which point,
Poor guy.
the judge says, "Very well, not guilty to all charges." He says, "Yes, ma'am." At which point she mutters a very terse "thank you. You may be seated." With that, Mr. Bloodbeard, your trial is set to be conducted this summer, starting on Solari, the 16th. That will be all. Court is adjourned. Dum dum. And you see the guards holding Bloodbeard's chains forcibly pulling him away, and begin marching under the gallery towards the exit.
I mean, it could have been worse. You could be like, "Your Honor, we'd like to do not guilty to this one, this one, this one, this." Oh, he did that one. This one, this one.
each one specifically, yeah.
As they depart, you see the public defender stepping forward towards the judge's bench and just kind of like on tiptoes leaning up, like, "Is this entirely necessary? I mean, do we really need to be?" And the judge is just waving him off, just like, "We're done for today, sir. You can go home." And he's just like, no. And the judge is sort of stepping down from her podium and making her way over to the jury box and sort of helping a couple of the dignitaries down to the floor and starting to have a quiet conversation with them. The lawyer, meanwhile, just kind of stands there nervously with papers in hand before he just kind of scratching his neck, turns back and starts to wander towards the door out.
I'll begin heading out, I think. I'd like to keep an eye on, like, in this last moment, just see, like, where the dignitaries or whatever that were reading the charges. Are they still sitting around? Did they all depart to some back room?
They are currently standing, like, off to the side, like, in front of the jury box and the judge's bench, just sort of talking with the judge, as just a small group. And you can see the dragonborn with the hat. He actually puts it back on and realizes this is another official from the sheriff's office. Kind of steps down and just sort of stands off to the side, waiting, keeping an eye out. Kind of glances up at the gallery, sees the two have been watching.
Okay. If someone were to cast a spell in here, would it be super obvious and loud?
It echoes
Like
through
it's
all
super
the chambers.
echoey, like it's an old church.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would echo for sure.
Alright, not gonna worry about it then. I'll start following the procession out the doors to keep an eye on Bloodbeard.
Okay. So stepping back through the double doors and looking down into the lobby, you can see the procession is making its way towards the front door. They've already sort of cleared the line of soldiers standing at the interior door to the courthouse chambers. So they're already making their way towards the front door. The sheriff's deputies standing there are getting ready to push the doors open.
I'll pick up the pace a little bit just so we can keep up.
Okay. So
Do I hear all this happening behind me?
you would not hear anything until the doors open.
When
It would have
the
been
doors open.
10 minutes of basically quiet out in front of the courthouse as you sort of subdued the crowd for the most part, and they're all sort of just standing, waiting, and watching.
When the doors open, I'd like to create a more of a bubble towards the front where they're headed,
Kind of like pushing more of the crowd out of the way.
like a wedge into the crowd so they have an area to start going to.
Definitely. And I think following your cue, the perimeter of guards standing out front of the courthouse begins to sort of close in around this procession as it begins to descend the stairs, and sort of follows you, kind of 2 by 2, out into the street, and sort of helps reestablish the line of procession down to the docks. From where you're standing, Aloran and Barnaby up at the rooftops, you can all see in the distance, 2 blocks down, the crowd beginning to sort of part ways as the doors to the courthouse open, and Bloodbeard's procession begins to depart, about 10 minutes after they had arrived.
Make it way downtown, walking fast. Faces past and I'm hellbound.
Well, that sure was a whole lot of nothing.
And as Bloodbeard's procession continues, you see the crowd kind of starting up again, the shouting and the yelling. But I think with John sort of plowing through the crowd, kind of like pushing people out of the way, strong arm, with this very large, imposing figure in the midst of things, people seem a lot more hesitant to begin throwing anything. So there's mostly just a lot of yelling and jeering and fists pumping and hands in the air. There's some cheering that kind of goes up. There's some signs that are being hoisted up. You can see like justice for Crochelet. Sarah Shore remembers, all of these sort of small groups beginning to sort of make a scene. And Noelle and Burberry, as you're stepping out of the crowd, you can see pretty close to the perimeter that's been established, kind of pushing, not hard, but kind of trying to reach up over the crowds of the soldiers, members of the press, notepads in hands, pencils in hands, kind of shouting and clamoring for comment. And you would see, Noelle, your good friend Strat, the Aragonasi, among them, and seeing you step out of the courthouse, his eyes go wide, and he says, Miss Kordemench, you saw You saw. Could you please? Could I get a comment from you about the proceedings inside? How did Bloodbeard take the news of his impending doom? Please, the world needs to know. He's desperately trying to
I
get
will
something
say-
out of you.
So, my thinking is, we're adjacent to the water, right? Still, or no?
Yeah. So stepping out of the courthouse doors, it's like 40 feet to the water's edge. Like there's
Okay.
a drop from the pier, right? You're stepping out of the street or onto the street and then onto the boardwalk of the pier itself, and then walking about 2 blocks down to a stone dock where the barge is waiting, and the 2 fire ships are sort of sitting in the shallows nearby.
Okay. I think my intent is just going to be to get, even if I have to go sort of on the outer edge of the crowd or whatever, like to, I'm not 100% clear on the layout here, but my goal would be to stay a little ahead of this procession, if possible.
You want to get ahead of them?
Yeah. I wouldn't want to
Okay.
be like obvious, like I'm out front, like at the front of a parade, but
So do you want to go through the crowd, or do you want to try and like rush ahead in the sort of open space the soldiers are making for this procession to walk?
does the crowd extend all the way to the water?
It is pretty dense, yeah. There's probably maybe 4 feet between the back of the crowd and the edge of the water. It'd be tight. Like people are definitely like kind of pushing in because they don't want to be pushed into the water. Is the sort of gap that you're looking at.
I guess it's probably easier to just stay with the group then.
You want to follow behind it then in the walkway?
Yeah, we'll just stay close and stay behind the procession basically.
Okay. So following and just keeping an eye out. Strat the whole while trying scrambling over one guy's shoulder, and then as soon as you walk past him, he's like swimming through people trying to get over them. It's like, Miss Quarterbench, please, could you comment, please? The Freeport Chronicle would really appreciate a word.
I'll stop and go up to him. I'll just be like, okay, please stop.
We can talk later, right?
It was super boring.
Miss Quarterbench, as you're still walking.
Well, I was gonna tell him like it was 10 minutes of charges. He pleaded not guilty to all of them, and he made a snide comment halfway through. There you go.
Miss Quarterbench, what did he say? What did he say? Miss Quarterbench, wait!
It was damn your charges. And I walk away.
Furiously starts writing. As he's getting word from you, there's other reporters who are also sort of starting to follow his lead, clamoring. Is like, Miss Quarterbench? Miss Quarterbench. Just people yelling at you, following Strat's lead. But continuing onward, if you follow the procession, is Lauren and Barnaby, you can see on a rooftop, not too terribly far from the dock itself, standing watch, standing vigil among all the others on the rooftops. And the procession continues, walking down the boardwalk, eventually reaching the turnoff, stepping onto the stone pier, and making its way toward the barge.
No signs of anything from anyone?
Give me perception checks, guys.
So still no pingy?
Wouldn't that have ended? Or is that an
Last
hour?
an hour.
Oh, okay.
You said you need a perception check, right?
At 1 plus 2.
29.
Don't look at me.
29.
17 plus 12. Goddamn secret!
24.
Where is he?
Where is this
Thank God one person from each group rolled good. I got a 12.
Yeah, I got a 24.
24. So, Lauren and John, with excellent perception checks, you would note through the growing cacophony of voices and the press of bodies in this crowd There's a number of strangely quiet, stern faces in their midst. Lauren from above and John at street level can kind of see here and there very oddly out of place individuals, despite the fervor of the moment, who are standing very still and watching very carefully. Be a little hard for John at street level to get a good count, but Lauren from up above, you can see 12, 16, 20, 25, 30 or so
Oh.
interspersed across the crowd.
Can I see Alexi?
Alexi is still floating in the air as part of that sort of circle of mages, about 8 of them that are sort of hovering over the ship. And they have been sort of standing, looking out over the harbor and looking out over the crowd from their vantage point, about 100 feet up.
Would Alexi be able to see me if I was like, wee?
Yep.
Okay, I'll do that, and then I'll just be like 30 and point into the crowd.
You see him sort of fly a little ways out of formation in your direction, and then you hear his voice whispering in your ear. 30 what? What is it?
There's like 30 strange people in this crowd. Stern faces. They look like they're here for business.
Fuck. Okay. Noted. I'll pass it along. And you will see him begin to sort of out over the crowd. And you do note, Aloran, these faces, seeing him fly out of position, almost all of them like turn up to watch him. It's like watching like robots, just kind of like up and tracking. There's like a handful of civilians who do the same, but they're much more just kind of like, oh, what's going on? And you see him very quickly like incanting and whispering something into his hand as the guards down on the street all sort of begin reacting very quickly in sequence as he flies across the group. And John and Noel and Burberry down at the street level, you would see the guards all very quickly like readying shields, drawing swords, starting to really, really push back, like back, everybody back, get the back, yelling, for the crowd to start dispersing. And you see the procession quickening its pace, making its way toward the barge. At this point, what are you guys doing?
Do I get a goddamn ping on Locheron? Dude, he has an amulet of non-detection on, bro.
You are straining for some signs, some signal that he is nearby, but you are not feeling anything.
So mad. Okay.
Random message.
Lauren, are you okay? I can hear your veins popping from here.
Anger. Fierce anger. Honestly, I think once they start getting close to the boat, I think Lauren might try to get on the boat. Or like get into the water and close to the boat.
You're going to get into the water?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So as they draw close to the boat, you see the gangplank being thrown down, and you see mooring lines beginning to be unwound, and you see the procession sort of beginning to file onto the ship one by one by one by one. Ranshall is pulled very quickly, almost like off of his feet into the belly of the ship, very nearly like stumbling and just hitting the ground with his shoulder, but he catches himself on his feet and very quickly is like yanked back upwards, standing up straight. And you see the ship unfurl its sail and begin to lurch out into the water, slowly kind of turning back away from the docks towards Umatazath Penitentiary.
As soon as they leave the dock, John's gonna go in the water with Aloran and keep an eye under or on the ship underwater.
I think, would they allow me on the ship? If I went up and said gumbo.
I would say if you are like clambering down the fire escape and like pushing through the crowd to get towards the procession, I mean, much like Noel and Burberry when they sort of approached initially, there is like a very fierce rebuttal. They're like, "Get back! Everybody, get the fuck back!" But you're like yelling, "Gumbo, gumbo, gumbo!"
Not yelling. I go up and I'm like, gumbo.
You do not yell passwords. That's not how
yell
passwords
password.
work.
All right, quietly, you're like, "Gum, motherfucker, gumbo." It takes a moment. There's some jostling, and like you almost get clocked by a shield before one guy catches himself. He's like, "Oh shit, sorry," and he like grabs you and just like kind of pulls you towards him like a hug, and then like pivots and kind of deposits you in the walkway behind him, the kind of open street. And you can see that there's a clear path down the pier towards the barge. And yeah, the gangway is still down, and like soldiers are still filing onto the ship, but they're nearly done there.
If I see
yeah.
Lauren going for the ship, I'd probably start heading that way too, real quick.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the ship, and if they won't let me on it, then I'm gonna swim next to it
Okay, yeah, sure.
with John. I'd prefer to be on the ship, close to Bloodbeard.
I would definitely prefer to be on the ship.
Yeah,
No, I'm gonna keep an eye underwater.
that's fair.
Okay.
I don't like boats, but if it's the only
I
place
don't want anything coming up underneath and like hitting the bottom of the boat or something.
Okay. So, approaching the ship, Aloran and Noel and Burberry, you would see the guards who are sort of manning the dock, the guys working the lines and the gangplank, seeing you coming as the guards are, moving onto the ship. They immediately kind of straighten up, stand up, like, whoa, wait, like hands out, weapons in hand.
Gumbo.
Fucking gumbo. Let me on the ship, please.
They kind of look at each other like a little frantically, and are like, nobody's supposed to get on that ship except for the approved guards. Nobody. But fuck. I'll say go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Me?
Yeah, you talked.
God damn
I
it.
said gumbo.
A natural 20?
Unnatural 20?
Wait, no. I think it's a +4. It might be a 19. Let me see. Oh, nope. It's a +6. I rolled a 15. So it's a 21.
21.
Nice.
Yay.
The guards are kind of in a panic, it looks like. Nervous, but they're like, fine, fuck, go, just go. They just like wave you through.
Thank you for your
And
service.
they said gumbo.
They're like, what the fuck do we do? He hasn't done anything yet, which means he's going to do something now, right?
Our trading.
They said nobody on the boat, but they said gumbo. So the three of you very quickly step onto the ship, and the gangplank is pulled up and
Let's go the
begins
gunboat!
sailing towards Yamadazath Penitentiary.
You said
John-
a gunboat.
The gunboat. John, you take a running dive into the bay and begin swimming along behind the boat. Barnaby, you see all of your friends are currently making their way towards the penitentiary in some form or another. What are you doing?
I think that's a bad idea, but I guess I'm gonna have to follow them. Sometimes you gotta follow a bad idea.
All right. Walking, swimming, or flying? What are you doing?
I'm probably gonna fly.
Okay.
Not gonna take that long.
So John and Barnaby, like, how high and how deep are you flying / swimming from the boat? Just give me like an altitude and depth to start with.
Above the crowd, so like 10, 15 feet.
Oh, so you're going to be like low to the water. Okay. 15 feet up. Sounds good. John, how deep are you swimming?
I'm gonna say pretty much right underneath the boat. Like if there's something on the bottom of the boat, I can just like hang on to with one arm.
I mean, there's the rudder, but that's probably not something
Not
you want
that.
to be grabbing onto.
Not that.
Yeah.
Can I just hang off the keel?
I'd say there's not really a handhold necessarily, but if you're wanting to like shadow the boat, I think that's doable. It's not like a fast craft. It's not going super fast, so you could keep up with it swimming.
I'm just gonna say like right under it.
Okay. So just right under the boat. So probably like 10 feet from the surface, if that.
Yeah. And I want to keep perceiving like below me.
Yeah, staying super close. And together, the 5 of you begin making your way across the bay towards the penitentiary island. So,
Pingy?
I'm going to need a perception check from everyone.
Thought it was gonna be like, all right, good session, everybody. That was the arraignment.
That is
7.
Good for Bart.
Cat.
5 plus 2.
What was that, Johnny?
23.
23,
18?
18, 16. Okay.
You said perception check?
Yep.
I think the same thing. 24.
24. Good
Hey, you
rolls.
know, at least one above, one below.
Yep. We're covered.
So,
I like that.
Uh-oh.
And suddenly Plet's like,
Uh-oh.
so you rolled high, so the water looks watery.
too watery.
Like extra watery in these specific shapes.
Yeah. So, with 23 and 24, I believe it was, excellent checks from you guys. And Noelle, you had a 16, you said? 18. Okay. So, good perception checks from the 3 of you.
Thanks.
Here's what happens.
Oh, please tell me the boat doesn't split in half again. Once was enough.
Koron.
Your ship is about halfway to the islands when Noelle, John, and Aloran notice something. A strange churning in the water off the sides of the ship.
I have a really random question. Can Bloodbeard fit into a bag of holding?
I think we actually determined he could not last time.
He is too big.
Damn
he
it.
is
Okay.
bigger than John.
Please continue.
You know, one of these days we're gonna try to put up the wall and be like, okay, we're gonna commission a bag of holding that's like extra large.
That's just a portable hole.
Yeah. And with your 24, 23, and 18, you see this churning in the water before anybody else does. And so are not surprised when bursting from the surface of the water around the ship are these large humanoid shapes of dripping, pulsing water. And at this point, we are going to roll initiative.
Boat's too
If
small to
only
put
you could have
on
followed
the
the
boat.
boat. That was a good thought, yeah.
It was.
So, let's take our break now. I'm going to take this opportunity to prepare since this is slightly off plan, but that's okay. I can work with that. And we will pick up in about 10
Was
minutes.
it supposed to be at the
How is this
courthouse, but they
off?
couldn't do it?
Well, I guess we'll never know.
Say yes, Cat.
I didn't think you'd be on the boat, okay?
All right, go into break. There we go. Stream
Nice game.
is back.
Alrighty. So we have initiative rolled. I think the only person I'm missing is Noelle. What was yours?
Oh, sorry, I never rolled it.
Roll a
Okay.
d10.
D10.
Oh,
yeah.
D10. Sorry. There's a D10. Hey, that's not too bad. For Noelle, that's a 12.
12. Damn. Very nice. So Noelle goes first.
Oh, I'm surprised.
You were not surprised.
Actually, no, I'm not surprised.
You are one of 3 people on the boat who are not surprised right now.
All right, 1 second. I apologize, but I'm trying to figure out why the stream overlay is not showing Tabletop Simulator.
Oh shit.
1 second. There we go. I don't know why that wasn't working. Okay. Current setup here.
I like now whenever I type in Guardian of Faith, Baldur's Gate pops
It's a good spell.
Okay. So I'm up first.
Yep.
Where is the bloody beard?
In the middle of 12 heavily armed guards.
Okay. Well, are these water elementals like climbing the ship, or are they like flying, or what do they do? I don't know.
So they have reared up and are like swirling on top of these like vortexes of water, like reaching up out of the bay. So they're like about to like reach over the side of the ship towards you guys.
Okay. Cool. I think my first turn's probably pretty straightforward. I'm gonna try and snag 2 of them in a hypnotic pattern.
Okay. Which ones?
Let's say 30-foot cube can be somewhere like here. Wait, 5'10".
30 is 6 wide, remember?
Oh, 6 wide.
Yep.
Yeah, 5, 10, 15. So like this, basically.
Okay.
Hopefully they don't get that mage if I aim it low enough.
Yeah, if you're low enough, it won't hit the wizards overhead.
Oh, is Alexi the blue?
Yes. See? He says Alexi.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, so 2 wisdom saving throws.
Yes, please.
Alrighty. Natural 20 on the first one. And
Is it 2 nat 20s?
yes!
I
Well, at
prefer
least
you
you rolled them
wasting
now.
2 of those on these.
I'm so sorry, but I'm not that sorry. That's never happened for me before. That's very exciting. So,
1 in 400.
you throw out 2 a hypnotic pattern at 2 of these creatures, and unfortunately, you do not feel it taking any effect.
They're immune to pretty lights.
You just hear this splashing sounds as they burble and begin to reach towards the ship.
Nonsense. They're a great band.
Can I ask a weird question?
Yeah, what's up?
If I banish him, if the ship is moving, if I banish him when the banishment drops, is he just gonna appear over water?
Yes.
Damn it!
Yeah.
Banishment does not move. It is a point in space.
Is there... I'm next to a mast, is that correct?
Yeah, there's 2 masts, I guess, on this one.
Is there like a
For whatever
ladder
reason.
going up the mast, or like a crow's nest at the top or anything?
There is rigging that you could climb to get up there.
Okay, I'll start
But that
climbing.
is affixed to the edge of the boat, so it's going to be right next to these water elementals.
It's affixed to the edge of the boat.
Yeah, because it's always like an A-frame thing with the rigging, so it like goes up to the top and then fans down to the edge of the boat.
I mean, could I just climb the central mast though? Like, would that?
I'd say you might need to make an athletics check because it is just a smooth pole. It's like climbing a telephone pole.
How high is it?
How tall is a mast?
Yeah. Sorry.
A mast is typically about 30 feet tall.
Interesting.
So the tabletop, is this the docks we just left, or is this the penitentiary docks we're heading to?
Those are the docks you just left. Yeah, looking back at it, it is currently swarming with water elementals as well.
Yeah, they can deal with it.
That's kind of the approach I have to take. Okay, I'm in the interest of not delaying things any further. I am just gonna run over here and just kind of hunker next to the staircase.
You could go below deck if you wanted to. There is a stairwell that would lead you down below.
Actually, maybe I was here 5, 10, 15. I'll get next to whoever's piloting the ship. That seems like a wise decision.
Okay. Yeah, that guy is another soldier. He does not have weapons out though. He has both hands on the wheel, and he definitely looks panicked. Like, oh, fuck.
Drive. I'm gonna end my turn there.
She's going as fast as she can.
Hit the nitrous.
So, ending your turn. Next in the turn order is Aloran.
I think for me, I'm just debating what level spell I want to cast this at.
What's it going to be?
Call lightning. I'm
Hell
going
yeah.
to create a storm.
A cloud begins to unfurl overhead.
Yeah, I'm going to actually position it. So it's like just the edge of it is over the ship, so that as we keep going forward, it goes deeper into the storm.
So it is a 120 feet
foot.
across.
Yes.
120 feet across, 60 foot radius.
Yep.
10 foot tall cloud. So just this unfurls 120 feet overhead. And from that cloud, you hear the crackle of thunder and lightning. And suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes the water near which elementals?
I'm gonna holler up next to Alexi. Sorry, because they're flying.
Yeah, as he like whooshes back, he's like, uh-huh.
I'll do
But you know,
the water elemental closest to Alexi, I suppose.
Okay.
I'll help out.
So call lightning.
I'm literally a flying metal rod here.
Each creature within 5 feet of the point of strike. Okay. So just the one next to Alexi?
Yep.
That is not good. That's a 14.
Okay, so 3d10 lightning damage.
Okay. So just a third level call lightning.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh. 11 damage.
11. Okay. Good damage. So, a lightning bolt strikes. You see the water flashing as electricity arcs around it, and the shape sort of jitters and convulses. And is there anything else that you want to do on your turn?
Oh shit, I'm looking. I will move closer to Bloodbeard, like on the other side of the boat.
Like over here?
No.
Over
So-
here?
Yeah.
Okay. So just kind of like crossing towards the front of the ship.
Yeah.
Sounds good. That will take us to the next creatures in the turn order. And as everyone is sort of taking in what's happening, the storm kicking up around you, you feel violent gusts of winds beginning to sort of buffet the ship. And you see the mages in the air sort of struggling to sort of keep their position in the air. And then you see some of them beginning to shudder, convulsing, hacking, gasping for breath as wind whips violently around their bodies. And they are going to need to take some attacks. Oh, Bubba's into that. So that's going to be a hit.
Maybe they're just sick.
That's
Is that the pier?
on the main bat table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't worry about them.
That's not
Okay.
too far off from what I
That's
expected.
later as problems.
Yes.
So one hit.
There's a lot of guards over there.
Another hit. Oop. That is maybe a hit. What do
Might still be
these
some
guys
mages
have?
back there too.
Oh yeah, that's a hit. Okay, so one hit, two hits. That's a miss. So one hit, two hit, one hit. And ooh, nat 20, sweet. Okay, so 2d6 each. So one mage is going to take. That's going to be 7. That's going to be 10 and 7, so 17. That's going to be 9 and the nat 20. 7, 3, and 3 is 13.
Can sorry to ask. Can we make the guards a color besides red? It makes them seem hostile in this other red.
That's a nice pink.
It's the East Alliance colors. I'm sorry.
No, as I said, I'm sorry. It's because just like they're the same color as the water tokens, and my brain's like hostiles
Kill
everywhere.
them all.
Yeah, so the mages are in red. The soldiers are in pink.
Pink.
Yeah. And the mages are on your side.
Okay.
Um,
Keep that in mind.
Burberry, no.
So, you see some of the mages gasping, coughing, hacking, struggling for breath, and beginning to choke where they float in the air. That will take us down to Burberry. It is your turn.
Okay. I am going to. How big is a 30-foot radius off of me?
A 30-foot radius off of you would reach 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, roughly like this.
All right. I'm gonna cast Aura of Purity.
Aura of Purity. What does that do?
Non-hostile living creatures get resistance to poison, advantage on being blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, and stunned.
Interesting.
Okay, interesting. Very cool. Okay, yeah, that's an optional cleric spell. Got it. Okay, cool. So Aura Purity is up. Everyone around you is benefiting from resistance to poison and an advantage on saves against any conditions. Basically. Sweet. Except for petrification. Good to know.
Uh-oh.
Not that that'll be relevant. That will take us to... do you want to move?
I'll move like to. Oh, that's right. Actually, I'll move in between the two stairs, like
Here?
up, yeah, next to it.
Okay.
Because I feel like I'm just like plastered to the wall of the boat. Like, no, not
You're
again.
just like, I don't like this. Right. So that'll take us to John. John, you are 10 feet underwater, swimming along the side of the boat. And you just saw this thing of water. Oh wait, Burberry, what was your perception again? Do you remember?
16.
Okay, that meets it. You're good. So
I'm
Barnaby,
going to
surprised.
I'm gonna rage, and I'm gonna pop my happy ass up next to this guy and stab his ass.
Okay, so swimming up, sword out, and just fucking got it. Go ahead and give me some rolls to hit.
Alrighty. Oh, so fucking close. 19 to hit plus 8, so 26. No, 27.
Yep.
And then since I'm raging, this is 1d8 plus 1d10 plus 8. That's 9 plus 5 plus 8. 14 plus 8, so it'd be 24?
24 damage?
No, 22 damage.
22. Okay. 22 damage. Good job. Anything else on
And
your turn?
then, well, I still have my extra attack, don't I?
Okay, make it happen.
Okay, so that's 18 to hit.
18 will hit. AC to beat on these guys is 14, just so that we know.
Okay.
Just gonna speed this along a little bit.
I rolled max damage on the D10 and a 1 on the D8.
Oof.
So that's 19 damage.
19. Oh, shit. The poison damage. These guys are immune to poison. As they
God damn
are
it.
elementals.
So that means the last time they only took
Instead of
8 plus 5,
so 13
and this time they only took 9.
plus 9. So
God damn it, poison immunity.
it's a bitch, yeah. Okay, so net damage actually was 22 for the turn. So that worked out.
Oh, okay.
Anything else on your turn?
No, that'll be the end of my turn.
Alrighty. Barnaby, you were
Yes.
surprised,
Yep.
so you are not doing anything this turn, but you are
These
floating in the
events
air.
that I was told was going to happen, I am shocked that they have finally happened.
I am baffled and confused how this could have come to pass.
Water.
Alexi is going to see if he saw the creatures, and he may have. That was a... Nope. He is surprised as well. The mages are next. They rolled the same on both their checks, so that is still a failure, unfortunately. That will take us to the water elementals then, who are not surprised and are ready to go. So, John, you just hit 1. He did not appreciate that. You are going to need to make a strength saving throw for me, as he sort of sinks down into the water on top of you.
Okay. Strength saving throw.
Yep.
That'd be a 16.
That is a success. Good job. Okay, cool.
Whoa,
So
there.
you feel this thing sort of collapse into the water after you strike it and sort of like try to like swirl around you, but you are fighting hard, pushing this thing off, and it is not able to get hold. Meanwhile, one of these guys is going to come onto the ship. Oop, what was that?
Phoebe got upset. I don't know what
Grumpy.
happened. She's very grumpy.
Grumpy girl. One of these guys is going to vote and kill up 2 of the East Alliance soldiers. That is a natural 1 and another failure. So that's 2 failed rolls. They are going to take garbage damage. So 6 damage each. And they are now grappled as this thing begins to swirl in like a towering sort of vortex around them. Aloran, I need you and another soldier to make a similar strength saving throw, please.
You said?
Strength save.
Oh. Fuck you. It was a 19 plus 1, so 20.
Okay, that's a success. Good job. So you and the soldier both are just pushing this water elemental off of you as it tries to envelop you. This one's going to come on board, try and hit 2 more soldiers. Success, success. Good job. And this one going to come on board. 2 more soldiers. Failure and a success, I believe. Soldiers have... Yeah, that is technically a failure. So one of them is going to take some damage. Where did I put the dice? And he is also grappled. Ooh, that's bad damage too. So that's 16. And finally, up onto the deck, Noel and this driver.
Oh.
Strength saves, please.
12?
Nat 20. 12 is a failure, I'm sorry. You are going to take a big fat 7 bludgeoning damage, and you are now grappled as this creature swarms around you, this swirl of water. The guy next to you, however, manages to dive out of the way and let this thing just kind of wrap you up in the wheel. He's like, oh, fuck.
They're driving the boat.
Starts scrambling for his weapons. Noel yells. That will take us to soldiers who are going to see if they make their perception save. They do not, so they remain surprised. And we are back at the top of the order with Noel. So, Noel, you are currently enveloped in a 10 by 10 swirling tower of whirling water elemental. Grappled. What do you want to do?
In order to break a grapple, one must make a contested check. Is that correct?
You can make an escape attempt as an action, it looks like. Yes. So that'll be athletics or acrobatics.
Well,
your
I
choice.
think I have a better alternative.
Okay.
Let me see if I can. I know I'm a little obsessed with these masts. Would it be possible to like hang from one, like grab something and hold on to it or something, like one of like the rigging or the actual sail itself, or just something, a rope?
You could grab onto rigging. You could try to grab onto the sail itself, which is kind of stretched taut, right, from top to
Yeah.
bottom. There is the sort of cross beam at the bottom of the sail that's probably like 10 feet off the floor of the ship deck.
Yep.
You could grab onto that.
I'm gonna. I assume this will work. Use my Misty Step, my free Misty Step for the day,
Ooh, okay.
to probably try and teleport up onto that crossbar, like on the mast.
If you've got a 30-foot Misty Step, you could get up to the top of the mast if you wanted to.
Is there something to stand on up there though, or am I just like
There
balancing
would
that
be
pole?
there'd be like a very small crow's nest style platform.
Okay,
like
then
a
I
5
will-
by 5 little.
I'll call that my home for now.
Okay, so Misty Step to the top of the mast.
And then let's see. That's my that's a level spell that.
Is your bonus action.
That's my bonus action. And we see these mages like coughing and sputtering around us. Is that correct?
4 of them are.
Could you denote which 4 with like a mark next to them or something?
This guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. So me, 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 and me.
Okay, perfect. I think as far as useful stuff I can do at this point, I'm just gonna take a shot at, say, the one attacking John.
Okay. So just down into the water.
Yeah. Oh, that's a miss probably. What's our AC?
14.
That's an exact hit actually. 14
Hey,
on the nose.
nice.
Cool.
Is it a magic crossbow?
Probably not.
Does it have a +1 on it?
I'll double check, but I don't think so.
Okay.
My sword has a +1. +1. No, I don't think so.
Okay. So this will be half damage.
Yeah. That is 3 damage total. It's already halved.
Okay. So 36 total damage done so far.
Okay, that's my turn.
Sweet business. All right. That will take us to Aloran. It is your turn. There is a swirling, angry water elemental in front of you who tried to whelm you and failed. What do?
She's underwhelmed.
I am. I'll just, guess, call lightning on it.
What 5-foot point do you want to hit?
If I can try to get the 2 water elementals next to each other.
The 2 watermelons.
Get them. Split the watermelons.
So if you hit like right here, then on the side of the ship, you can hit them and avoid hitting any of the crew. So
Yes, I'd like to do that, please.
I assume. 2 saving throws. That is it's a dex save.
I believe so.
Call lightning, I'm pretty sure is.
Yeah, it's like dex though.
Okay. So that is a 17 and a 7.
I think meets it, beats it on the first one.
Okay, cool. So 1 will succeed, 1 will fail.
Plus 9. Brain farting. 17. There it is. Oh. Yes. 8.
17 plus 8.
It was 8 plus 9 plus 6.
8 plus 9 plus 6. 17 plus 6 is 23.
Thank you.
So it's going to be 11 on one and 23 on the other. Good damage. Very nice. So another lightning bolt strikes, zapping 2 elementals. Anything else in your turn?
I think you know where that little circular wheel thing is?
The winch looking thing?
Yeah, I'll stand right there to kind of overlooking everything.
Okay, so getting up there, you are going to take an opportunity attack from this water elemental. You ready?
Yep.
All right. Does a 22 hit?
Oh, yeah, I think that actually does. Yeah, it does.
Oh my god, I got a hit. Cool, so you take 14 bludgeoning damage as this thing clotheslines you with a big watery arm. But you run up the stairs and take in the view. And that's your turn?
Yep.
All right. The mages in the air continue coughing, gasping for breath. That's going to be 2 hits. That's going to be 1 hit. That's going to be 2 hits. That's going to be 2 hits. Sweet.
Oh, are they being attacked by air elementals?
They're being attacked by something.
Okay.
100%. That's why they're choking, I think.
I assumed it was poisoning. That's my bad.
So it was 2, 1, 2, 2.
Just breathe, idiots.
Fucking helpful.
It's the tiger all over again.
So that's 11 and 11. Wow. Okay. So
Which ones are being attacked by air elementals?
the ones marked with the black line are being attacked by
okay.
something. That's going to be 10 on this guy. That is 11 and 10, so 21. And 10 and 9, so 19. 23, so 32. Yeah, so these 3 are not looking good. This guy is holding on okay, but the other 3 are definitely starting to like go rigid and are like like fighting for breath. Burberry, it is your turn.
Don't like that. Okay. Can you let the next person go before me?
John, what do you want to do?
How far away am I from this guy?
Which one?
This one.
Oh, that guy? You are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like 30 feet 30 feet horizontally, you're 10 feet underwater, or no, I guess you're like 5 feet underwater now. And he is about 40 feet in the air.
Oh, he's 40 feet in the air.
Yep.
Okay, well, I can't do much about that because I can't fly, so.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Flying bitches are left to other flying bitches, not me.
Excuse me?
As a non-flying bitch, y'all flying bitches can deal with your own shit.
I prefer if you do not call such things.
What would you fly a boys?
That's better.
Okay, so since I can't touch the flyboys, I am gonna just attack the water elemental again.
Okay, cool. Roll the hit. You need a 14.
Okay, so that I'm gonna use my inspiration. What's 8 plus 6? 14?
Yes.
8 plus 6. Yeah, that's 14.
So 14 to hit. So the
Sweet.
first one
Hit.
hits. And then extra attack is 17 to hit.
Both hit. Give me some damage.
First one is 5 plus 8, which
13.
is 13. Second one is it literally is the same exact damage as last fucking time. 1 and 8, not 13 and a 9, 22.
22. Okay, so that takes you up to 58 damage.
The rolls for the damage were literally identical to last time.
You know, it happens sometimes. Any movement on your turn? Or are you going to stay in the water?
I think I'll hop up on the deck.
Okay.
Okay. I know what I'm gonna do now.
So, you will not take an opportunity attack since you are staying within reach. Good to go. What's up, Burberry? What are you doing?
Can I guiding bolt the whatever's choking the guy to behind me?
This guy right here?
Yeah.
You can try.
Okay.
How what kind of resistance does fire have?
You will be rolling with disadvantage.
22.
Damn.
Okay. That's gonna hit then.
I rolled a 16 and an 18.
Sweet.
Okay. It will take 15 points of damage.
15. So, the swirling mass of air that is wreathing this man suddenly lights up with a gleaming, radiant, guiding light. And it's just this glowing cloud of lashing, swirling wind that's kind of
Make
developing.
attack on that one has advantage!
So it'll
Barnaby.
cancel out. Yeah, so you can actually see it. Good job. That'll take us to Barnaby.
Hey, a big old glowing thing. I know what to do with those.
Roll to hit.
All right. So that is gonna be. That is a crit for the first hit.
Yes.
With advantage.
Nice.
Oh, was that your first D20 roll? Was the
That was
20?
not. Yes.
Okay. So the advantage is going to cancel out because this thing would normally give you disadvantage when you attack it. So it's just a straight roll. But good on the nat 20, and then the second roll will be a disadvantage as the guiding light fades.
Yes.
That's fine. A crit's great.
That is wonderful.
Oh, let's see. On the crit. One of 4 for the first damage.
24.
And then the second hit is going to be 3 plus 14, so 17.
17 to hit. Good job. That'll hit.
And then that's going to be.
Damn, I need to make a slight retcon.
What's up?
I need to make a slight retcon to my turn.
What's that?
I didn't actually have advantage or inspiration, so I had to use reckless attack for the turn.
Okay, that's fine. So they have advantage on you when they attack you.
Yep.
Okay.
If they attack him.
If.
It probably
Sure.
won't happen.
There's lots of people.
It's fine.
That is going to be 8 damage, not the best. And then I'm going to use a bonus action to have Bark use his force ballista.
Oh, right, Bork's here. I keep forgetting. I think I saved him. Assets, tokens, Bark. Bloop. All right. So he's on you, on your body.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
All right. So Force Ballista. Go ahead and roll to hit.
It was a ranged attack that was nowhere near as good as my normal hitting.
It's not nothing.
Is that still disadvantage for him?
Against the air creature, yes.
All right. I doubt this one's going to hit. That's going to be a 12.
That will miss.
Yep.
Right. These things require a 14 to hit. All right, that's Barnaby's turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think so, yeah.
Burberry, John Barnaby. Okay. John. Aloran. Noel.
What's up?
Lasharog.
The three of you have
Sure.
a clear view off the side of the ship as you see from the surface of the water this ripple sourcelessly sort of emanate. You see a as something splashes. And then for a split second, you see the bobbing torso, head, and outstretched arm of a wizened old hobgoblin bobbing in the water and pointing through the fracas towards Bloodbeard.
Uncle Gertie?
And you hear him say, "Come." You see Alexei floating in the air nearby, see this, immediately raise his hand and try to counterspell, reaching out with magic, trying to grab hold of something, and failing. He stumbles in the air. You see him baffled by the lack of spell to take hold of, as Lasharog and Bloodbeard are both enveloped in a sudden burst and swirl of seawater and tentacles, wrapped up and pulled down into an infinitesimal point of nothing and vanish.
God damn it.
And as
What would
you
happen
do,
if I could have banished him?
you feel a sudden rumble as this shockwave seems to ripple across the water, sort of shaking the ship, throwing each of you sort of askew on your feet. It's now Alexi's turn. And Alexei looks pissed. He is very frantically looking around, looking for some sign of where these two went to. He also sees the deck currently swarming with these elementals, and cursing, is going to fly down towards you, Aloran, sort of landing next to you, and extend his hand out, casting lightning bolt through the three elementals in front of him. So, and as he does finish the incantation, he yells over to you, Aloran, "Can you find him? Do you see him anywhere?" Like, fucking pissed. That is a failure, and a failure. Alexei's going to deal some damage. That is... D6s, yep.
So,
2, 3, 4,
Chani,
5,
it
6.
occurs to me there might be another reason why this spell failed. It's blocked by 10 feet of running water, of which the ocean probably qualifies.
Yep.
Which spell are we talking about?
Locate creature.
Yep.
Oh.
Did I see anything of notice on Bloodbeard or when they popped up with my high thing that I could use locate object on?
La Shirag was wearing the same, like, ratty sort of black traveling clothes that you saw him wearing when you scryed on him. Just soaking wet.
Okay.
Does locate
but-
object have the same restriction on water or no?
Locate object? I don't know.
I don't think it does.
So 7, 10, 16,
Be worth knowing.
23. 23 damage to these three. Uh, 34. This one's in bad shape. 23 on him is going to be 61, 81. And that is Alexi's turn. The East Alliance mages, the four, who are currently struggling with these air elementals, apparently, all of them are going to Misty Step down to the ship.
Hey. Yeah, there you go. Come on, guys.
Because fuck that shit. And you will immediately see each of them whirling around and throwing fire bolts in the direction of their previous positions.
You grabbed the wrong token, Plant.
Oh, he stays there.
The elemental Misty Steps.
So that's
Found
going
an
to
air pocket.
a miss.
I mean, it fits thematically from the Misty Step.
That will actually hit, so that's one hit. That's another hit. Good job. And that's another hit. Good job, mages. So boom, boom, boom. They are going to deal firebolt damage, which is I think 2d10. Yeah, 2d10. Okay, so 15 damage to these guys. That is their turn. The mages who are currently free and not surrounded by air elementals, they are going to probably follow Alexi's lead. They're going to drop somewhat low in the air, sort of hovering about 10 feet over the stairs, and they are going to shoot down towards the deck at these air elementals with lightning bolts. That is going to be a fail and a success. This guy's going to do the same thing for a fail and a success. And this guy will follow Alexi's lead on these two. The two failures. So,
So they got sucked into water, correct?
4, 5, 6, 7. Lashrog and Bloodbeard.
Yeah.
They were surrounded by this swirling of what looked like otherworldly tentacles and seawater, and then sort of sucked down into a point and vanished.
Sort of thematically similar to John, actually.
Funny how that works.
And
That's a good roll. 12, 18, 24, 30 damage. So this guy succeeded twice, so he'll just take the 30. This guy failed twice, so he's taking 60. This guy succeeded, or no, both these guys failed, so he's taking 30. So 76, and he's taking 30. 64. And that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. Cool. So that is the mages. That will take us to water elementals. who are taking some hits and not happy about it. The one next to you, John, is just going to lash out and start swinging at you. So that's going to be... Oh, come the fuck on. Does a 17 hit?
You got really
You
low.
asking me if 21 17 hits?
Yeah.
No, my AC is 21.
Yeah, that doesn't hit you. Can these guys whelm again? Nope, no whelming, so we're just going to be swinging. The one up on the top deck is going to attack the guy on the boat, or the guy driving the boat. He is going to take 2d8 plus 4, so that's 13. Oh, that's the mage. Ooh, okay. That mage is hitting the ground, actually. So he is at unconscious. The water elemental here is going to attack the two guys on either side of him. That's 2 failures. The water elemental next to him will attack you guys. That is 1 success. So that is 14 damage on one guy. The one next to John and... Or the two between John and the Lorn here are going to make 2 attacks. 2 failures. And 2 failures. Wow. Those were garbage rolls. So water elementals did not accomplish much this turn. That takes us to soldiers. There are 1, 2, 3, 4... Or excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So let me just roll 15d20. And we need at least a 9. So failure, 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 and a nat 20.
To get to 9?
At least a 9.
That's terrifying.
They needed at least a 9 on the dice because they have a plus 5.
No!
That's 7d8 damage.
That was 15 rolls and only one of them reached a 9.
No, that was, I think 7 or 8 failed out of 15 rolls.
All right. So that'll be...
Which is not great.
30 damage each. So these two, we'll say, dealt 14 total. This one will take 14. Say 7. 76 plus 7 is 83. We'll do another 7 there. And another 14 there. So 30, 14, 44. Okay. And that takes us to the final creature in the turn order.
Oh, right.
As this all is happening, out across the water and shaken the ship. And not too far away, maybe 60 feet, maybe 100 feet, give or take, there is that large frigate, that gunship, sailing in the waters. And you see through the middle of this ship, up into the sky to a height of about 300 feet, a beam of crackling energy tears through the middle of the boat.
Yes.
You hear the detonation of gunpowder from inside the ship. Splinters and fire flying in every direction. And from below the ship, finally splitting it in 2 pieces, you see
Never getting on a boat again.
Creature roughly the size of a 4-story building, covered in jagged spines, easily the size of a human being each. You see writhing tentacles reaching up from below the water, and you see from amidst these spines a 3-part beak that parts and screams an unearthly scream, its mouth crackling with energy. You recognize the shape, though not the size. This looks very much like the creature you encountered lurking in the halls of Bloodbeard's retreat back on Daggermore.
It's all grown up.
It's much bigger.
Just look over to Alexi like, that was it, by the way.
Alexi's just like, oh, fuck.
It wasn't that big before.
And we return now to the top of the order. Noelle, what would you like to do?
I will meteor swarm the 4-story creature.
Yeah, okay.
Out of question,
Mm-hmm.
how are the guards doing in this explosion?
So the boat you are on did not explode.
Oh, okay.
We're not
The gunship across the water from you, probably like 100, 120-ish feet maybe, that just exploded, and the creature just burst up from underneath
I feel
it.
slightly better.
Yeah. The guards are all definitely just like turning to look at this as they're fending off water elementals with just fear in their eyes. Just absolute fucking horror.
Nope, they can't feel fear right now.
Just given that we're kind of, just out of curiosity, do we see do we see either Bloodbeard or Lasharog
Like what would
hanging
happen
out
if a hedgehog got turned
one
into
of
a
these
porcupine?
big spines
It's
or
irritating.
something? Like, go my beast.
With a 20 passive perception, it does not look like there are any passengers nestled among this creature's spines.
Okay. I'm gonna also slightly push my luck here if it comes to stuff I'm allowed to do in one turn, but out of curiosity, given the thematic, or given the flavor of like Noelle having recently learned a very powerful teleportation spell, if I think back, would it be something I might know of, like, did that seem like a long-range teleport, or something more akin to like a Dimension Door or Misty Step, the one they did? Like,
I'd say give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Jesus. That's not bad. I don't think my Arcana's great, but that's not a bad roll.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
16? Oh, my internet cut out. Hello?
Oh no,
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
the
Hello?
internet.
Checking?
Oh, I can hear him. Can't see
Can you
him.
hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I got a 16.
A 16?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, with a 16, I would say what you witnessed was a power unlike any that you are familiar with. You have just recently mastered the principles of teleportation, and from the looks of this was some sort of transpositioning effect.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
But the feeling was not that of a spell, and it was not that of a power that you feel even remotely comfortable conjecturing about.
Okay.
That was otherworldly, and there's really no knowing how far they got with it.
If there's any room left in Noelle's turn at all,
She still has her action.
can she bardic? Can I get bardic? I'm gonna try a thing.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to coordinate, like, I just want to know, are we pursuing, like, does Lauren have, like, the locate creature plan? Like, are we doing something else?
I have a plan. It is going to use my 5th level spell. But I have something. But it could be a waste.
Same. I was gonna do, because Guiding Bolt doesn't actually need me to see it, and it just says a creature in range.
I was going to do Commune with Nature and locate Lost Shirag and Bloodbeard in the water.
Oh. That's an interesting idea.
Interesting.
Cool.
Okay.
Is that one action?
I prepped my locate spells because I knew he was going to do some stupid fucking teleporting bullshit.
How long does Commune with Nature take?
1 minute.
Ah, shit. Then I have fucking nothing. God damn it. It's like fucking worthless. So I'm gonna have to go through like a million turns before I could actually ever do anything.
It'd be 10
It'd be 10.
turns.
10 turns.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said there was nothing of interest on locate object?
Nothing pinged when you cast locate object.
So if I was in the water and I did locate creature, does that still count as the water barrier?
Potentially.
Okay,
I
then
would say
anyone.
it would depend on how fast the water's moving, really. Like you would need still waters for it to be permeable, because the caveat is running water.
Okay, so if I swam down into the water and casted it.
Potentially.
Okay, I guess I can try that, but I don't really have anything because I don't think Jacob said there was anything for locate object to work with, so.
Well, my only thought was, with the locate object, was anyone else on the ship wearing manacles?
They were not.
Because Bloodbeard 100% was.
He was blindfolded, gagged, and wearing shackles on his arms and legs. Yes. And those are gone. He did not leave them behind. Those teleported with him.
That's my
Okay.
only
He was
thought.
wearing them.
Honestly, I think that's going to be better than locate creature because the waters makes it basically worthless. And commune with nature is worthless as well, so.
I can tell you, locate object does not have the running water caveat.
Yeah, that's why I'm like,
Locate
that's
object is blocked by lead,
lead.
and that's it.
Yeah. So I think we're going to be safe using that. So yeah, I'll do locate object on the manacles.
Okay. Are you going to
On my
drop
turn.
concentration on Call Lightning then?
Yep.
Okay. Good to know.
That's why I did not want to use a high level spell for that.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So, Noelle,
I was
what are you
gonna
doing
say,
with your
so
action and bonus action?
I don't know if we're like being a little fluid here, but I was kind of waiting on the cue for Lauren, I guess, to do what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
But if she seems like she's gonna go hunting in the water, I will, because I will give Burberry Bardic Inspiration this turn.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to leap off of the crow's nest, and mid-fall, I'm going to use Polymorph to turn into a killer whale.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You should land on that water elemental.
I'm gonna free willy this shit.
Fuck yeah. Okay.
That's dope.
So where are you gonna land?
Land on the water elemental.
Yeah, do it. Do it. Come on, that's going to take some damage.
Yeah, well, I don't know how sturdy a killer whale is.
It has 90 hit points.
Alright, fuck it. I will land atop this water elemental that has been bothering John.
Sploosh.
Fuck off, water elemental.
All right, so that is a huge creature landing on a water elemental, hitting the water.
I wanted in slow mo going. And
Huge splash. I'll call that 6d10. That's a little bit more than being hit by falling rubble in a collapsing tunnel, but less than being crushed by compacting walls. Fair?
Sure. I'll take it. That's more generous than I was expecting.
It's a huge creature landing on this thing.
I only have 5, so I'll have to reroll one of them. Let's see. Oh, those are terrible rolls. 3,
Okay, that was my first call lightning.
16.
16?
1,
Okay.
2, 4, 1, 4, 4.
That's not nothing.
that is terrible roll, Jesus.
Yeah.
So, whoosh, smashing down onto the water elemental, plunging through it into the water, sinking probably a good 10, 15 feet. And you have 60 feet of swim speed. Where do you want to go?
I'll
Hold
probably...
it until you see where I'm.
Yeah, it was we're sort of doing... I'm taking Lauren's cue here, so...
Are you following Aloran?
That's kind of my goal.
Okay. So, Aloran then, dropping Call Lightning. Although I would tell you, if you wanted to get one last lightning bolt off, you could use your bonus action to do that before casting Locate Object, if you wanted to.
No, because I might bonus action as wild shape.
Okay. So, Locate Object on the shackles.
Yep.
Dropping Locate Creature, or dropping Call Lightning. You again feel your awareness sort of expanding out from the ship in a 1,000-foot radius. You're not picking up the shackles.
Oh, damn.
Wherever they went, it's further than 1,000 feet away.
So they probably just went all the way back to fucking Daggermore at this point.
It's impossible to know without scrying or something.
Yeah. So I guess I look at Alexi and say, nope, they're gone. Cool. That's my turn.
All right. Noel, you don't see Aloran diving into the water.
Damn.
What are you doing?
Well, can I attack still this turn? I guess there's nothing to attack in the water.
That would have been your action.
Yeah,
Oh, there's a water elemental.
that's true.
Yep. There's a water elemental about 10 feet above you.
I'll just, in the interest of not being seen by the giant monster, I'm gonna swim to this side.
Fair.
I'll swim beneath the boat over to here.
That will take us to air elementals. And again, you see hacking and coughing from the mages on deck. That... I think that's 2 hits. That is 2 hits. So, 2... That's a nat 20, but a miss on the other one. So, 2. 2 misses. Wow. Oh, he would have advantage. Ooh. Okay. So there is a cracking sound as you see the collapsed mage on the deck of the ship suddenly jerk, writhe, and you hear the sounds of bones crunching. And he falls completely still. And for the final one, that is 1 hit. So that's going to be some damage on the mages, and they are not in great shape from this. So that was 2 to begin with, so 15. Still conscious. This one would have been the crit. So 7 and 15. So he would take 20.
Did Burberry go?
No, but
Not yet.
no,
Burberry's
it's not my
next.
turn yet.
Oh, sorry, you're after the air
That is
elementals.
another unconscious mage. And final air elemental would have dealt 1. So that is 9. That is another unconscious mage.
So, do the air elementals drop them and leave, or are they just hanging out on them?
So you wouldn't see them, but you would definitely see the mages reacting the same way they did when they were floating in the air, and they begin coughing and hacking and then falling unconscious on the deck of the ship, just flat. And the one up the stairs, basically under Barnaby, that one you would have heard crunching bones and see him fall completely still. So it is now Burberry John Barnaby's block. So what are you guys doing?
Okay. Well, have these mages been like attacking the thing that's on them whenever they're suffocating?
They Misty stepped out and shot at them, yes. Most of them hit.
Okay. Okay, Alright. We're gonna do some mass healing word. That'll be fun.
Okay, mass healing word.
So I will mass healing word all the downed ones, as well as our recently trying to be deceased friend that I'm having none of that.
Okay. So how many people can you get with that?
6. I can get 6.
Mass healing word 6. Okay. So there are 2 downed mages who are still alive, and there are also a few injured soldiers, as well as your party. So who are we aiming for?
I think most of our party is fine.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll get the 3 down mages, and then and the 4th one that also managed to get pretty hurt.
Okay, so there are three of them are living. One of them is dead. He's the one is down and dead. 2 of them are down and alive. One is still standing but injured. And then
Wait, did the
dead
one die within 1 turn? Because I was thinking I was gonna heal him.
He got critted. Yeah, no, he got fucked up.
Friend. I'm gonna go revivify that guy.
Now. Okay, fair enough. So you walk over to him and you begin the revivify spell, and he will come back with 1 hit point. That's going to cost you 300 diamonds, I believe, or 300 gold pieces of diamonds.
That's fine. I bought extra.
We do have a lot.
Look, I've got this guy named Sam Potable. He's great.
Fair enough. Anything else in your turn, Burberry?
Can I usher this guy down? Like, can I force movement him downstairs, like away from?
I would say, yeah. I think you can drag creatures without provoking opportunity attacks from them. So you can kind of pull him through the railing and he just like flops down onto the deck next to you.
All right, and I'd like to push him like through the door that's usually there at the boat, like.
Like just push him downstairs. Sure. Okay.
I'm going.
Fair enough.
Well, I meant like in the cabin because normally there's like a door on the deck,
yeah.
but
there's a stairwell that leads down there.
okay, yeah.
So yeah, you can push him down the stairs. Okay. So that is Burberry. It is now John and Barnaby.
I feel like the best option is to take out as much as we can. We still got to deal with these. So
Yeah, we don't have an alternative plan right now.
I guess I'm just gonna shoot Airboy.
Okay. He is basically right next to you, so yeah, go for it.
All right.
You can feel the whipping air. This is going to be at disadvantage because you can't technically see it.
Yeah, it's fair.
You just feel it violently convulsing in front
That's
of
a
you.
5 plus 14.
That'll hit.
That's going to be 13 damage. The first hit. Then that's going to be a 17 to hit.
That'll hit.
So that'll be 17 damage for the next.
Good damage.
And then I'll have Bark try and shoot with his Force Ballista.
All right. Again, a disadvantage.
He got 14. The other one would have been a crit. Right.
Ooh, good hit.
But unfortunately, no crit for me. So that is going to be. Where are you? Had you up. There we go. That's going to be 2d8. That'll be 13 force damage.
13, good hit. Okay. They're starting to fall apart. John, anything from you, my guy?
John?
Clark, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, it's your turn. What are you doing?
Okay. Is anybody in danger of going down at the moment?
2 of the mages are unconscious. One died, but Burberry revivified him and fucking pulled him below deck.
Everybody in rage danger of going down.
One other mage is in pretty bad shape. He might go down.
Which one?
The one closest to you, right here.
Okay. What is it? It's the second arrow or anything?
He is currently being surrounded by this like whipping vortex of air, and he is like gasping for breath.
Can I use my bonus action to dredge line that thing towards me?
That is a maybe. Do you have to be able to see the creature?
So I can see within 15 feet, yeah.
Okay. If you have to be able to see it, the creature is invisible. So you cannot currently target him with dredge line.
Well then, that is unfortunate.
Yes.
Okay, am I able to see the whipping things, or is it just like it's completely invisible? I can't see anything.
I mean, you can see the effect it's having on his body. Like, it's like his clothes are like whipping around. You can feel air, like kind of like.
Can I dredge line him?
You could do that. Yeah.
I'd like to dredge line him.
Okay. So, pulling him towards you, out of reach of that air elemental, and you see him. Thank you.
Go below. There's a healer down there.
And yeah, he definitely backs up towards Burberry. So that's your bonus action. Anything else?
I guess I'll keep attacking the water elemental next to me.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay. I'm 19 again. I'm just one off from critting.
That'll hit though.
Okay, and then this extra attack is 16.
16. That'll hit.
Okay, so then I'm taking 13. So 24 damage total.
24. So
It's now taken 22, 22, and 24.
that is 101, 120. That is a dead water elemental. You slash it the second time, and you watch as its body just peels into and just collapses into the sea, just dropping motionless. Just and he's gone. That's one down. That'll take us to Alexi, who is going to rise up into the air, still propelled by flight. And you will see him very carefully beginning to sort of like trace a shape in the air, extend another hand out in an arcane gesture, and you watch as a cone of intense ice and frost sprays down across the deck and, impressively, completely fails to strike any of the crew as he sculpts the spell around them. It will, however, affect all the water elementals on deck, which is not good for them. So that is going to be con saves from the elementals. Failure 1. Second failure. Success. And a nat 1. That's not a failure. So he's going to deal 8d8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's going to be 15, 20, 27 cold damage to everything that fails. And the one success will take 13. No, 27 is 71. 7 is going to be 84. Or no, 94. That's 78 plus 13 is 80. No, 91. And this one goes up to 110. The one directly right here, this one is looking like he's about to fall apart. And they are all now partially frozen. Just like this sluggish mass of slush and ice. That will take us to East Alliance mages.
Suspiciously tasty.
Snow cones.
Watermelon elementals.
So we're going to make 2 death saves for the fallen fellows. Okay. We're going to have the guy below deck, who Burberry just saved. He is going to cast a spell on you, Burberry, and you will see yourself vanish. Your body is now invisible.
Ooh.
And
I'm
you
an
will hear him,
invisibaby!
he will hear you say, or you will hear him say to you, "Go nuts. This will last for a minute."
Wait, what? Nobody usually goes down when you attack.
He's staying under the deck, though. He's just going to maintain concentration quietly down there on greater
Oh,
invisibility.
no, I know, but I thought it went visible when I attack.
This is
greater invisibility.
You can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, you have a minute of free invisible shenanigans.
You can even pick your nose.
Finally.
The mage behind you, John, is going to throw another lightning bolt at the water elementals in a line from you. That is going to be one success. This one is just holding on for dear life. But one failure, and that water elemental is just going to explode into chunks of ice and melt onto the deck. The other one is going to take a chunk of damage. That's going to be... that's a terrible roll. That is all ones and twos. Fuck. So 8, 6, 14 damage on that one. Also struggling. So that is that guy next to you, John. The mage on the stairs who landed safely. He is going to try and do something. Actually, him and the other standing guy are both going to try and do something about the air elementals circling their friend. And they are going to... They don't really have a lot of good options for that. Okay. They are going to go over to their friends, and they are going to cast spells on both their friend and themselves. Invisibility at 3rd level, and they will all 4 vanish from sight. Aloran, you can hear footsteps on either side of you, but you cannot see the mages. That leaves the last one on the stairs. He is going... Barnaby, how high up were you?
About 15 feet off of the water.
He is going to wince as he looks up at you, and he just says, "You might want to move." And he's going to back through Burberry and John to the opposite stairs, and he's going to detonate a fireball off the side of the ship. So, Barnaby, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
All right.
They will fail.
You said a dex save?
Yep. Not John, just Barnaby.
Oh.
Nat 20 plus 5.
Excellent. So you're only going to take half of this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Does good damage. Alright, so 20, 30, 38. So you will take 19 fire damage,
19.
Barnaby.
That's right.
And these two guys are going to take 38 fire damage each. So it's going to be 6. And... oh. Where did that guy go? There we go. 50. Okay. So that is the mage's turn, and they are done. That will take us to water elementals. They are going to do what they do, attacking people. So, water elemental on this guy. That's going to be a hit. So he's going to take ba. 16. This guy is gonna hit these two. That is gonna take us to a hit. So that's 9. This guy is gonna hit these two. That's 2 hits. So that's 12 and 8. So 20. And 8. And then this one will attack the last 2. And I think they are whelmed, so I need to be accounting for that. So that's 1 hit. That is 12. And they're each going to take 18. Still grappled. So 24. Okay. Guards are going to make their attacks. That is going to be a good round of attacks for them. 10 hits. And they are going to deal 7 damage each. So 1, 2, 3. It's going to be this one will take 14. This one will take another dead elemental. And this one will take 2. So that's 14. Still struggling. And that takes us to the giant creature in the bay. And you watch as its body pulses and flexes, and you see this sudden contraction and a spray of these spines like ballistic warheads launch into the air and rain down on the waterfront of Freeport, just smashing into buildings and people alike. And that will take us to the top of the order. Noelle, it is
How
your
far
turn.
away is the giant abomination?
It is creeping towards the waterfront, 30 feet at a time. And it is about 120 feet from you. So at this point, it's probably like 135, 140 maybe.
So we're still
distance-wise.
pretty close. Oh, sorry. You have more questions?
You're about halfway. You're about halfway from the port.
What does halfway from the port mean exactly?
About 1,000 feet.
It just shot its fucking spines over there?
Yeah.
Terrifying. Okay. Well, I can't stay onto the deck, but it's pretty clear that killer whale is not going to be doing much here. So I'm just gonna swim up. I'm gonna try and like breach and land on the ship. I know there's 2 water elementals on the edge.
You want to try and land on them?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, I'll say give me an athletics check with the killer whale.
Might as well get some use out of this one more time. Which one's athletics? That dex or strength?
Strength.
Okay. Very average. 14?
14. Okay. I'll say that you can make that breach And just make like a regular attack with your killer whale as you land on them, and we'll use that
A
damage.
bite attack?
If that's what it is.
That's the only attack it has.
All right, we'll take your word for it.
I'm gonna eat the
5d6. Oh Jesus, 5d6.
Ooh.
That's so much.
That's like 25 to hit too. Okay.
That hits.
1, 2,
Just
3.
the killer whale reaches like full jaws open and grab this thing.
Basically.
Yeah.
Boy, my damage roll's not doing good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15 plus 4, so 19 damage to one of these guys I landed on.
Okay. You can finish one of them off. if you
Sure.
want.
We'll say that.
All right. So just boom, smashing onto him.
Eat the slushy.
And you're sort of like straddling the railing of the ship, like starting to tip it, leaning on it so
Yeah,
hard.
I'll turn back once I get rid of the water elemental. I'll just drop concentration on it.
Okay. So the ship rocks violently, and before you fall back into the water, you turn back into the well.
Yes. Okay, let's see. Oh, damn. Sorry, I'm thinking. 30, 12, 24.
So the creature is about like 140 feet from you. just
Oh,
as
it's
a-
not to scale.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, sorry. It's on the board, but he is about 140 feet from you at this point. He is slowly sort of swimming towards Freeport.
Burn the boat! Burn the boat!
There's still no visibility on the air elementals, right?
Yeah, they are invisible still.
Okay.
Just masses of violently whipping air.
I think I'm just going to I can't see them. I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and use my once free per day Bane, since I'm not concentrating on polymorph anymore. I'll target the two
Okay.
water elementals.
Okay.
Then you make a charisma saving throw, please.
That is a... Excuse me. 12 is the highest one, so they both
Okay.
fail.
So they have a minus a D4 on all their shit.
Okay, good to know. That will... oh, Bubba, you gotta get out of the way. Please. Who's next? Aloran. Unless Noel has a bonus action.
I'll not use my bonus action this turn.
Okay. Aloran, it is your turn.
I'll just do Call Lightning, 3rd level spell, and attack with Water Elemental.
Okay, which one?
It does. Whichever one's closest to dying, I suppose.
Okay. So another storm cloud forms. He fails his save. He's going to take 3d10 lightning damage.
Seven damage.
7. 2. Okay. Anything else on your turn?
No.
All right. That'll take us to the air elementals. Lacking mage targets, Aloran, you feel violent gusts of wind beginning to swirl around you. And you're finding it extremely difficult to breathe. So that's going to be 1 hit. That's going to be a miss. Does a 19 hit you?
No.
Okay. And that's also a miss. So you are only going to take one of these attacks. You are going to take 9 bludgeoning damage as you begin struggling for air. This thing pulling the wind from your lungs. And that'll take us to Burberry.
Okay.
John and Barnaby.
Burberry's gonna move towards the other side of the ship where he last saw invisible hurt people, and then see a Lauren having trouble and be like, held off. So I am going to have Spirit Guardians.
Ooh, Spirit Guardians.
So I'm gonna get right up next to her if I can.
You
Or as
have
close to me.
30 feet of movement from the spot you were
As
in.
long as I end within 15 feet of her, I'm fine.
So you can get about to here. And then from there, 15 feet would be... you are really pushing it, but I'll allow it.
Thanks.
That is like right on the edge of Spirit Guardian. So they need to make wisdom saves.
They only do it if they're in whenever their turn starts. So it doesn't affect until after their turn starts. But it's a wisdom save, yeah.
Okay, got it. So next time their turn comes up.
Yep.
That will take us to John and Bob.
Is anybody else still struggling to breathe?
Just a Lauren.
How's a Lauren struggling to breathe?
Lacking any mages visible, the air elementals are now attacking her.
Is she in a Lauren form or other form?
She is a Lauren.
Well, I mean, is she shapeshifted?
She is not shapeshifted, no.
Okay, where's she at? I can't see her.
She's at the head of the ship.
Oh, okay. How far can I get movement-wise?
You're not
You
going to
go
be able to reach her.
Well, he can go 40 feet.
Oh.
Can I get,
Oh yeah, you can exactly reach her.
can I get within 15 feet of her?
15 feet? Yeah. I mean, you
Yeah.
just get up to Barnaby. Or Burberry, excuse me.
You run into Burberry on the way because you can't see him.
I'm going to get up next to her. I'm going to use my bonus action to dredgeliner towards me.
Okay, so pull her out of the mass of violently swirling air.
It worked once.
Drop her next to you. Nice. All right. Anything else on your turn?
One of these days, I'm gonna make a version, have like a sticky hand version of that.
How far am I from the water elemental that's over here?
Okay. So kind of push through the crowd.
Oh, I was going to ghost water dive it. Unless I can make it there. Unless I can make it there normally. If I can make it there normally, that's better. But
Ghost Water Dive and Dredgeline both take your bonus action, so you wouldn't be able to Ghost Water, but you do have enough movement to get there. So
no, ghost water dive uses my normal action.
Oh, does it? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry. You do have enough movement to get there normally, so
Oh, if I can get there normally, then I'll do that.
you can still take 2 attacks.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take my 2 attacks against it then.
Okay.
I'm going to use reckless attack,
Okay.
and so that's 21 to hit.
21. That'll hit.
And the next one is a 20 or non-natural 20.
That'll hit.
And the damages are 24.
24. It's going to get you to... That is a dead water elemental.
Yeah.
Seawater splashes down onto the deck and begins to just drain harmlessly off the side of the ship.
We got 4 air elementals and 1 water elemental left.
Yep. That'll take us to Barnaby.
Me shoot.
Who you shoot?
Probably. You said water boy's still up?
There is 1 water elemental up, and all 4 air elementals are still swirling around.
I started these things. Yeah, I'll hit the air boy next to me.
Okay. Roll to hit. With disadvantage.
So I literally can't miss if its AC is 14, even on a... Unless it's a nat 1 horse.
Well, aren't you just the most accurate motherfucker?
Look, I got a plus 14.
Fucking ridiculous.
Anyways, I hit it,
Okay.
and that's gonna be 16 damage for the first hit.
16. 4. Okay.
And then the next hit is gonna be 11.
11 damage.
Yep.
Okay. Good damage.
And then Bark is gonna miss his shot.
Okay.
Woof.
So that'll take us to...
You ever try aiming through a dog? It's not as easy as you think.
That is going to take us to Alexi, who is going to try something a little beefier. If it works. Does it have to be seen? You have to see him. Alright, well, we're just going to go with something that doesn't require visibility and cast Fireball at the front of the ship. So 2 air elementals need to make saves, and they will fail, and they're going to take some fire damage. Oof. 6, 16, 20, 23 to each of them. So, 38. 38. And he will maintain his position flying over the center of the ship. East Alliance mages. The ones below deck will continue occupying themselves with whatever they're doing. The ones still standing, one is going to detonate another fireball off the side of the ship beneath you, Barnaby. Hopefully you've flown up higher and do not need to make the save.
Wait, just a second.
That's a success from the water. What's up?
No, never mind. I don't think it's relevant.
Burberry just looks like disheartened at the front of the ship, like, oh god, they're probably dead. There's a fireball there. There's corpse.
Where did they go? They're dead. Oh, that's terrible. It's 20. 5. This one takes 10. And the mage downstairs is...
I want to... Sorry. Could I spend my reaction to shout something?
Yeah, what's up?
I have a crazy idea. I'm just going to yell to everyone. Do not let that water elemental die, and do not let it leave.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. the mage down on the deck then is just throw a firebolt at the air elemental. That's gonna hit. So that's gonna be 2d10. 11. And that is a dead air elemental. Suddenly the gust on that side of the ship dies down, and at least in that corner of the world, it is safe. That'll take us to soldiers who need to roll a bunch of d20s. They need to roll 13. And that is 1 fail, 2 fail, 3 fail, 4 fail, 5 fail. So 8 hits. That's going to be d8s each. Ooh, good damage. That is 1, 2, 3. And that is another. Oh, wait, you didn't want them to kill the water elemental. Okay. We'll say they are instead trying to hem it in at your instruction.
Yeah.
And are relatively successful in doing so. More guards are going to rush up to this deck and start just swinging their swords wildly, trying to hit something. And we'll say that the rest of the damage goes into that. So they are going to deal damage to these guys. That'll be 22 each. So 60 and 60. Okay. That takes us to the bottom of the order. The water elemental takes a turn. He needs to attack some people. We'll see if he gets his shitty thing back. He does not, so just roll attack people. That's going to be 1 hit. So 16 damage on one of these guys. One of the guards looking a little battered, but holding up as best he can. And then out at sea, the creature, again, opens its mouth wide, and you feel this thing inhale, this intake of breath that seems to almost suck the air from your lungs. The sky darkens, and the light in its mouth grows, and another beam of crackling energy screams across the bay and rakes across the waterfront of Freeport. And you see multiple buildings just cut as if by a saw, lighting on fire and crumbling into giant clouds of dust.
Son Goku, the water edition.
Yeah, really.
Loki. Noel, it's your turn. Top of the order.
That's going to take more than elbow grease.
Oh, Jesus. So I'm going to. I'm checking some stuff. My clever plan is not going to work as well as I'd hoped, but I'm going to maneuver around over here.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to cast Hold Monster on the water elemental.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, and before I do that, I'll use my reducing his saving throw ability.
Cutting words.
This will drop Bane as well.
Correct. So, wisdom save. That looks like a failure to me.
It'll be minus 4.
Yeah, it's definitely failing.
Okay.
That was an 8.
Sweet. Okay, so he is just like locked in place now.
Paralyzed. Okay.
And that's all I can. That's literally everything I can do. So.
All right. Aloran, it is your turn.
I guess I'm gonna ask Noelle what her plan is.
So, I made a small error, but my brain was still thinking I had charm monster, but I don't. I have hold monster. But I was trying to think of a way I could, like, I don't know, maybe it knows something. It was with La Sharon. Maybe it heard something. It can speak a language.
Yeah.
But that's all I got.
Okay. I'll just do call lightning and try to avoid all the people at the 2 air elementals.
Okay. I believe one of them rolled a 17. Does that meet it?
Yeah.
All right, so that's 1 success and 1 failure.
$26.
Okay. Good damage. Anything else on your turn?
No.
Okay. That'll take us to the air elementals, who will now commence strangling guards.
Oh, and make a wisdom save.
Oh, they need to make wisdom saves. You're right. All right. So let me roll those. That is a nat 20 and a failure.
Okay, the nat 20 will take 6 points of damage, and then the failure will take 13.
Okay. So, the strangling. That's a nat 20 on one, and a hit on the other, and then that'll be a hit and another nat 20.
Jesus.
So yeah, good for them. Oh wait, they do 2d6s. So that's going to be not terrible. 18 and what's that? 12. That might be. Oh, he's still standing, barely. And the other one. That is a 8. Excuse me. And 6, 10, 11, 15, 15, 23 damage. So that is the air elementals. That will take us to Burberry, John, and Barnaby.
I guess I'll go stand next to the other elemental? The one that's off the ship?
Over here. Oh, he needs to attack somebody. Thank you for reminding me.
You're not welcome!
Strangling time. That's 1 hit. And another hit. So 10, 15,
Oh.
23.
Actually, I would like to take that back. Go ahead and put me in the middle of all those people.
Over here?
Yeah, and then I'll just do the guiding
bolts in its general direction. I don't think a 12 will hit, so... Oh wait, no, but I have Bardic Inspo.
You do, but you also have disadvantage.
That was with disadvantage. So that's 19.
19 will hit.
Nice.
Cool. Thank you. I did not use it for what I intended to, but I'm down for this.
That works too.
Plus, it's now shiny.
How much damage?
Working on it. It's 8. It's 2
8.
1s and 2 3s.
Ooh.
But it's shiny.
The good news is you can feel the wind beginning to weaken. It is not long for this world. I think it's John and Darby.
Barnaby, hit the shiny thing.
I do know how to do that pretty good.
Kabang. So straight roll, no disadvantage.
No disadvantage.
Yep.
Alright, well, that's a hit.
Tilted.
Yep.
That is going to be 12 damage for the first hit.
He's just barely hanging on.
And then the second hit is 18, my max damage.
Okay. That is a dead air elemental. 2 gunshots whiz over the shoulders of the soldier struggling to breathe, and suddenly the winds die down. You can feel it, Burberry, and he sort of drops to his knees, catches his breath, and gives a very shaky thumbs up to Barnaby.
I gave a thumbs up back.
All right. There are still 2 air elementals and a water elemental on the deck.
Is anyone doing?
One guy is being strangled. Actually, 2 guys are being strangled. Excuse me.
Sorry, did you still have something to do, Barnaby?
Yeah, if there still are people up, I'm going to use... Much as I want to use Bark, he hasn't been hitting very well, so I'm just going to use Deadeye.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll to hit. What are you shooting at?
One of the air boys.
Okay. There's one very close to you and one much further away across the ship.
I hit either way, so I'm going to hit the one far away from me.
Okay.
And that is going to be 15 damage.
15. Okay. That will take him not quite to death, but he is not in great shape. 1-0. John, it is now your turn. What will we do?
Oh. Can I get to a point where I can tentacle the dude out of the air elemental?
Yeah, you can get either one of them.
Wait, I thought there was only one that was being suffocated.
There's 2.
They're opposite sides of the ship.
Oh, crap. Okay.
I grabbed the one that's trying to hem in the water elemental. Because even if this guy dies, I'm literally standing right there.
Okay, I'll grab him then.
All right, so step over, whoosh, pull him over to you. Or, not him. Can't see him. This guy. All right, so he is safe. Anything
Am I
else?
able to get to where the air elemental is assumed to be?
Easy enough. You have the movement.
And
I'd like to use a reckless attack and attack it, so I attack it normal.
Yep, straight rolls. Go ahead and roll to hit.
I got a nat 20.
There you go.
Finally, I critted.
All right.
It's been so fucking long. With 3d8.
Yep.
Since it's not affected by poison, I assume.
Correct. It is air.
So that is 24 damage.
24 damage. Good job. 47 plus 24 is
It's-
51, 71.
If it's still up, then I'll be doing my extra attack.
It is still up.
Okay, extra attack is 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
Right, and that is 10 damage.
Okie dokie. That will do it for John. That will take us to Alexi, who is gonna call out to Noelle, I think. What are we doing with this water elemental?
It can't do anything right now. I've got it under control.
Okay.
Just
Then
focus on
he
the air
will-
ones.
He will do his best. We'll fly sort of over and land, and we'll shoot another lightning bolt across the deck, sculpting it around the crew. Hopefully piercing these two air elementals. So, deck saves, 2 fails. And that is going to be 10, 23 each. That is another dead air elemental on the far side of the ship next to you, Burberry. That will take us to mages on deck. They are going to... I think they're going to look at this water elemental and look back at you and say, the deck's nearly clear. Do we end this?
Just give me a minute.
Okay. They will try and aim at the air elemental then with Firebolt. That's going to hit. And that's going to miss. So... 11. The last air elemental is kaput. So, the water elemental is
He
Still
can actually make a
paralyzed.
save at the end of each of his turns, but
at the end of his turns.
yeah.
So that's coming up. Ooh. Does a 17 make it?
That does not. Off by 1.
Okay. He is still paralyzed. End of the turn order. More spines firing into the city streets as the creature swims closer to Freeport. Noelle, top of the order, what are you doing?
Okay. Man, I've made so many fucking mistakes. I'm going to double check something, sorry. I should have just done this first, I'm so dumb. Okay, I'm gonna try and cast another spell. I don't know why, but I just want to see if we can get anything out of this water elemental. I'm going to run up the stairs, if possible,
Okay.
get next to it. I'll try to polymorph it.
Okay.
And I will use my cutting words again.
Polymorph.
Don't know if it's a shape changey guy. Which is, good thematically, because Noelle doesn't either.
Wisdom save, right?
I believe so. Yes, wisdom saving
13?
throw -7.
So 6.
I am
What does he
turning
turn
it
into?
into a little turtle.
elementals need to breathe.
I mean, turtles do.
Well, but we could theoretically pull the water elemental out of the bag later, because there's kind of a bigger issue at hand.
I know.
He is now a tiny turtle, slowly.
Okay, I will pick him up and put him
Taking
into
steps.
my bag. Okay.
It's so weird having lungs.
He kicks his legs
He's having an existential crisis.
unhappily.
Alright, come here. Alright, into the bag.
You are now concentrating on polymorph
Yep.
for the next hour. Okay.
And
The deck seems to be clear, and the creature in the water continues to lurch towards Freeport.
sorry, I'm not trying to take up too much time. I'm just checking something.
This ship probably should head back to the prison. We should probably go towards Freeport.
If we think the ship, I'll kind of turn towards Alexi. I'll say, if this ship can stay on afloat for a minute, could we? I can't do it, but could you teleport circle us all off of it? I don't know if it's going to survive that creature.
I can get us there faster than that.
All of us? I gesture to the crew.
I can get us. I think this ship is probably better off making it back to the prison. This crew is looking a little haggard.
As long as the ship doesn't become a hindrance to it, I don't think the creature is going to attack it. It seems pretty focused on Freeport right now.
Yeah, there is one guard who is very severely injured, and there's a few who have taken some bad hits, but are still, like...
Did they manage to
Okay.
stabilize the unconscious folks?
2 mages are going to come up from downstairs, and they would have had 2 turns to try. So... Second turn they would have... Death saves... Okay.
Hear the dying for everyone.
2 mages will come up from from below deck and say, "Yeah, our friends are gonna make it. Thank you for the help. We can give your party some assistance. We can get you in the air. We can turn you invisible for a minute if you can do something with that."
We just need to get back to Freeport. The Presidium, if possible. I look over again to Alexi, who I know can teleport.
I can get you there for sure.
I'll actually be invisible for another minute. This is fun.
Okay. The mages will kind of look at each other and just say, "Well, look, just here, take this for whatever it's worth," and they will cast Fly on the party, using enough spell slots to give everyone the ability to fly for the next 10 minutes, 60-foot fly speed. And Alexi will gather you and the rest of the party together and say, "Presidium?
Yes.
All right. Good luck. We'll be back soon." And he will repeat the incantation, and you will feel all of your body sort of being pulled from the navel inwards towards a singular point, vanishing from the deck and reappearing milliseconds later, standing in front of the Presidium.
Oh, bye, John.
Oop.
John didn't make it.
As you reappear in front of the Presidium, you can see the gate is uncharacteristically standing open, and you can see in the distance, heading towards Freeport on horseback, is Gerald at full gallop,
Bye, Gerald.
riding towards clouds of smoke emanating from the waterfront.
Is he within message range?
He is booking it right now. You might be able to catch him.
I'll do it real fast.
Yeah.
Gerald,
sure.
turn around.
Oh,
And
we
immediately,
don't need to tell him to
you see the horse fucking slide to a stop, like rear back, And he throws a look over his shoulder like, oh, shit. And you see him very quickly kick the horse into gallop towards all of you. How did you get here? What's going on? Oh, Alexi, hey. What's going on down at the docks? Is this the arraignment?
Bad stuff.
Oh, the arraignment's over.
Yeah, it looks bad. That's why I was...
Can you see the creature from here? So it was like
You
4
can't?
stories tall.
You can't see the creature because it is a couple miles away now.
Oh, okay.
But you do see in the distance and hear the distance... Excuse me. You hear that distant scream, and you do see another beam arcing up out of the city into the air and just sort of fading out.
Oh, that poor reporter. Did everybody else already leave?
Gideon's still hesitating, and he very frustrated. Kind of looks up at the top of the Presidium.
I'll pull out my turtle. Do you have any way to contain an extraplanar entity?
That's just a turtle.
He takes the turtle, and without a question, he nods. And he immediately kicks the horse into gear and rides towards the castle.
Okay.
I just give him a turtle.
Get in! He starts yelling.
Oh, it's a water elemental, if that helps.
Good to know.
It just looks like a turtle to me.
It will be a turtle for the next hour, and then it'll be a very irate, probably injured water elemental.
If it still exists, it probably can't be dispelled, right? I don't know.
You're not wrong.
Oh, do we want to mull over our next actions over the next week?
I think this might be a good stopping point then,
I don't
as
know
you
if I'm
guys
gonna get anything done.
are beginning to regroup in front of the Presidium.
So we have to take out this giant water creature, right?
It's a Leviathan!
A baby.
I mean, you could
It's
just
no,
leave
it's
it
not a
alone.
baby anymore. It's at least a moody teenager at this point.
Well, it's heading towards the city, right?
Oh yeah.
Slowly, at 30 feet, but it's only like 210, so it's probably going to be there in minutes.
So, is it? I was just thinking, should we aerial drop John in his enlarged form?
Kaiju John.
Hi,
Fuck
John.
yes.
Can we stack in large?
I'm pretty sure enlarged stacks with that rune.
Wait, can it seriously?
I
That
think
would
so.
actually be awesome.
I have a potion of enlarge, and I have the giant rune.
So if we have a potion and the rune and someone who casts enlarge on you.
The potion and the spell do not stack.
Oh,
the
okay.
rune and a spell or potion will stack.
It's not a rune. It's a literal just ability.
It could make you 16 times your size.
Oh, it's just a rune knight thing.
It's just a rune knight ability.
Okay.
wouldn't
Giant
it-
spike. Got it.
Wouldn't it not actually make it 16? Wouldn't it make it?
No, it's 4 times 4. You see.
Wait, I thought it made it 16 times bigger. Oh wait, no, I
It's
go from
twice
8.
your size.
Oh, twice. So never mind. 4 times the
So
same.
then 32 times bigger.
No,
You double in
It's
you
twice-
double, you double in dimensions and you increase your weight 8-fold.
So if I
So-
double from 8 to 16 and then from 16 to 32.
in your weight, yes. In your size.
No,
like,
because he's 8 feet tall,
height
so he'd
versus-
become
8 feet
16
tall.
and then he'd be 32 feet.
Gotcha. Okay, that's
So
how
32 feet
I
tall.
was doing 1 as the base number, so it's 4 times. So it's yeah.
And then John is 300.
Dense.
I think.
Dense. Granted, no, that's
John
not
is
fair
340 pounds.
because even at 4
So-
times his size, John's still not going to be as big as this thing.
I will say,
But-
just out of curiosity, does it specifically say you cannot stack multiple enlarge effects?
The way magic spells work, yes.
Even if it's
Um,
separate instances being cast on?
Yeah, because you can't like stack bless. You can't stack bane. Like you suffer one effect of a spell of a given name.
Okay. Well, we can have a 32-foot John then.
So yeah,
And then
the Rune Knight thing does work because it's not a spell.
Right.
The weight increases by 8 times, right?
Yeah.
So that would technically it would increase by 16 times.
64.
Oh, 64.
Yeah.
8, and then times another 8.
Chunky John.
Yep.
So that'd be 340 times 64.
Thousands.
I mean, multiple tons for sure.
Or 21,760 pound John.
And you're also,
Not the big boy.
you're like 3.5 stories tall.
So if we drop a 32-foot, 21,000 pound John onto a Leviathan
That can fly.
from like 100 feet up, what would happen?
I mean, John can fly right now.
That's for next session to figure out.
Yeah, next session.
Who knows what crazy bullshit.
Does maximum terminal damage apply only to normal weighted people, or does it apply with additional weight?
I mean, that does sound like being crushed or a castle falling upon you.
No. It's fine. I'll give you death ward on the way, so you can do as much falling damage as you want.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I was more worried about the Leviathan actually, because I have relentless endurance. So even if it would kill me, I would just live.
This is such a stupid plan.
We've got a week to iron this out.
Well,
So what I'm hearing is that I need to hit it with frickin' come on me, guiding bolt first, so that you're twice as likely to hit it.
Jesus.
Oh, forget the Leviathan. Let's just take the Leviathan out of the equation entirely. If we do this plan, we're going to drown the city in a tsunami.
I'm just taking a page out of Plett's book from when he played in my campaign.
I realize.
8 years later, it's coming back to haunt you.
Listen, David pulled this shit during the Tiamat fight. Like, I understand to expect.
Well, drop good.
But
Alright,
this
I'll
was a
talk to you
good
guys
session,
later.
guys.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we got an MVP vote.
Oh, bye!
still. Hey, get back here. We do need to vote for MVP.
I'm gonna nominate John just because he got so many people unchoking.
Yeah.
That goes for, or
good.
the tentacle thing is really good for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Good as Andy. All right, so John, take an RP point, and everyone else will take one as well.
Thanks.
And we'll call that the session.